everybody. I think you can see me. How is everyone? Well, I'm here. Hi, Badger. How are you? Let me get the music out of here, which is great. How is everyone? I'm here. Yes. Good morning from the depths of depression. Good morning from the bottom. We're very happy to see you. Oh wait, I don't have enough. Wait, so that's where I don't have enough light. Oh, because I don't have my light on. Stupid. Hey, brainless. Hey, brainless. Why don't you put your light on? Why don't you put your light on, brainless? Anyway, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, I don't have glasses. I knew I was forgetting something. Okay, hold on. I think I know her somewhere. Oh, they're just under the beer cans. No, I'm kidding. There's no beer cans. There's no beer cans. Stop. Don't talk about beer cans. I don't drink beer anymore. I know, right? Thanks, Badger. Thanks, Badger. Oh, I look like Granny today. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing with Granny today? It's been a weekend. I'll tell you that. It's been a weekend. Yeah. It's been a weekend. But it's over now. It's over now. You know what the good news is too? Oh, wait a minute. Bob Menendez is having a meltdown. Hold on. Let's find Bob Menendez's breakdown. Hold on. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I have to navigate between two browsers and it just about gets me. I just about don't know how to do it. Isn't that interesting? Sorry, I know I'm missing this. Allow. All right, let's turn it up. Why can't I hear it?
In 2017, I led a bipartisan letter to then President Trump expressing grave concern.
What? Bitch.
That same year, I sent a letter to the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee supporting U.S. assistance to Egypt as long as Egypt adhered to the Camp David Accords and urged the Appropriations Committee to include the requirements for assistance reform strategies outlined in the Egypt Assistance Reform Act of 2013. In 2018, I urged Secretary Tillerson to focus more on human rights issues in Egypt and raise concerns that the electoral environment ahead of Egypt's elections at the time was not free, fair, and credible. In 2019, I met with President el-Sisi at the Munich Security Conference and emphasized the level of repression inside of Egypt, risking eroding our security cooperation and raising concerns about Egypt's intent to purchase a Russian missile system. In 2020, I spoke on the Senate floor for International Women's Day and cited the cases of Marinor El-Masri, a human rights lawyer, and Ezra Abel Fattah, a human rights activist and reporter who were unjustly detained in Egypt for fighting for human rights, democracy, and a free press. I have placed holds on foreign military sales funding to Egypt, and in the presence of other United States senators, I have challenged President Sisi directly on human rights abuses, arbitrary detention, and press freedoms. And the list goes on. Throughout my 30 years in the House of Representatives and the Senate, I have always worked to hold accountable those countries, including Egypt, for human rights abuses.
I said in 20 whatever.
Citizenry,
leave
society,
Congress, Menendez. You're
those
fucking
who now
tainted.
are attempting to malign my actions to Egypt
Hi, Lee. Happy
don't
Monday.
know the facts. Third,
Yeah, envelopes in
for
my
30
pockets.
years,
Give me
I
a
have
break.
withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account,
Oh, literally, is he
which I
saying
have
he was
kept
just
for
being paid back?
emergencies and because of the history of my family facing confiscation in Cuba. Now, this may seem old-fashioned, but these were monies drawn from my personal savings account based on the income that I have lawfully derived over those 30 years.
Wait, he's
I look forward
claiming.
to addressing other issues at trial. Four, I want to speak directly to the people of New Jersey. As I started these remarks, you're the reason why I have dedicated the entirety of my adult life to improving the lives of hardworking New Jerseyans and all Americans.
Mm.
Some of the people calling for my resignation for political reasons say I have lost the trust of the people of New Jersey. That couldn't be more wrong. Today, I'm surrounded by everyday people and constituents who know me.
Oh,
They are here because I fought for important health care policies like the Affordable Care Act, access to reproductive health care, funding for community health centers, and lowering the cost of prescription drugs. They are here because I have fought for working people, those who work 5 to 9, to support those working from 9 to 5.
Oh, okay.
I've always advocated for the right of workers to organize for better wages and working conditions, and have been a staunch supporter of delivering critical services like affordable childcare to better support working families. They are here because when New Jersey was in the darkest days following Superstorm Sandy, I never relented in making sure that New Jerseyans were made whole and had the resources to rebuild stronger and more resilient than before. They are here because during the worst pandemic in a century, I went to bat for small business owners throughout the state to ensure they could keep their doors open and their employees on the payroll. They are here because when state and local governments were faced with excruciating decision of having to lay off frontline responders, police officers, and firefighters during the pandemic, I delivered billions in federal funding and investments to keep our state, cities, and towns and hospitals afloat. They are here because throughout my career, and some may not have liked the positions I've taken, I have stood against authoritarian regimes in Iran and its desire to achieve nuclear weapons, or Cuba and its dictatorship, or authoritarianism in Turkey, Venezuela, Russia, and wherever in the world where human rights and democracy have been threatened. And they are here because I have made it my life's work about protecting refugees and immigrants who come to our shores seeking a better future for their children, just as my family did. They are here because during the past 30 years, I have fought tooth and nail so New Jersey would receive critical infrastructure funding and fought against the forces that tried to dismantle the Gateway Project. They are here because since my earliest days in Congress, I have repeatedly stood up to the gun lobby to stop illegal firearms from claiming too many lives and destroying communities. They are here because when tragedy struck one of New Jersey's federal judges, I made a promise
Hi,
that I would
Al.
not stop
Wait,
until I passed
yeah, get
a
that
law
crook
to
out of
better
there.
protect the
So he's not
dedicated
resigning.
public
No, he's
servants
not going to
in the
resign.
judiciary.
He's blaming
And
Castro.
last
Yes,
year,
Marie.
I
That's
delivered
right.
passing
Hi,
legislation
Tom.
signed into
Hi,
law by the
Kathy.
president
He
that
has
will
not
better
resigned.
protect
He's not
judges
going to
and their
resign.
families.
He
And they
said
are here
all of
because
that
I
money
never
was
gave up
stuff he took
on
out of his
delivering
own bank
justice for
account.
9/11 families, especially the widows and children of those killed.
Yeah, fuck
who
you
were
and go away.
previously
That's
and
right.
unfairly excluded
Unbelievable.
from the U.S. victims of state-sponsored
Is he an
terrorism.
Ontario
And in
conservative?
December,
He may.
working with others, I delivered
Is
billions
it
of dollars in
convenient? He
long
might. Is there
overdue
money
federal
involved?
relief
He'll take
to
you up
that
on that.
community and other U.S.
I have
victims
been
of
using
terror.
this to call out Republicans
They
for
are
being
here
corrupt
because when other members
crybabies. When
of
the
Congress
news
wanted to
broke,
turn
my
their
first
backs
post
on our
was, you want to
veterans
see us
and
holding
not pass the PACT Act
fundraising
to
rallies
provide
and
healthcare for our veterans who
declaring
were
interference.
exposed to toxic burn pits,
Exactly. Thank you,
I was
Neon.
there. And they
Not
are here
resigning,
because I
no.
successfully
It's the
passed
most New
legislation
Jersey thing to
to
do.
better
Yes,
serve
love New
World War
Jersey,
II
but it is a
vets,
very New
as well as
Jersey thing
those
to do.
suffering from Gulf War illnesses. For now, I
Good
remain
morning,
focused on
kids.
continuing to do the important work I do every day on behalf of the 9 million people who call New Jersey home.
Hey, Al, live
including
resin.
Doing everything we can this week to
Thank
avoid
you.
a government shutdown.
No, thank you.
Deliver critical funding for states affected by
Hi,
catastrophic
Muskie. How
natural
are
disasters,
you?
and ensure the people of Ukraine have everything they need to defeat Putin. And I'll return to Washington this week to do exactly that. Now, let me just say a few words in Spanish. Buenos días. Gracias a
All
todos
right.
los que están aquí, especialmente
I am
los
so
residentes de New Jersey
sorry,
que me acompañan hoy
Mr.
mientras realizo
Wonderful.
comentarios sobre
I
los
can't
eventos
find
de los
the
últimos
trait.
días.
I need the Kari Lake trial. I'm sorry. I need the Kari Lake trial. It was supposed to start, and I can't find anywhere where it's playing, and it's making me mad. So there. because I had a big plan. Marine City, Michigan. Well, that's nice, but AZ Trial Lake, Marine City, Michigan. That's funny. That's funny. Okay, well, fuck. I fucking wait. No, that's 3 months ago, 4 months ago. Gosh, I really thought it would just show up because things just like show up, right? Aren't they supposed to just like show up? Live. Oh, wait. Oh, that's 3 days ago. Oh, poopy scoopers. Poopy scoop. Oh, this is the Stephen Richard testimony. I don't know. We can watch it. Get yourself a gun. Go get yourself a gun. You got your dispensary fill? Went with RSO. Ooh. Oh, nice. Very nice. The gold bars are just paperweights. Yeah, the gold bars they thought were fun, and frolicky. So that's why. Look how bad the sound is on this. Why can't I hear anything? Can you guys hear anything?
Early app from the active report and so forth. But once you return ballot affidavit envelope is
now
assigned.
I remember. These
The
guys
stuff
were
on the left-
assholes with their audio. Forget it. Forget it. I've been watching a lot of van life videos. Hi, GP. Are you going? Oh, you're going to go night-night? Okay. He's a boring windbag, and he definitely doesn't have anything to do with you and Australia. So thank God. You've got your own problems down in Australia. We know. Good morning, good night, my beautiful GP, my beautiful friend. I love you. I'm glad to see you. I'm sorry about this weekend. This weekend it's still going. I'm still in a little bit of a deep spiral, but I needed, that's why I'm like, oh, I love it when I have something like the trial so that we can do the trial together. I just, while we're waiting to find some actual content, I will say that I went to the thrift shop this weekend and I got a few things at the thrift shop and I'd like to show them to you if you won't mind. First, I got this for Halloween. I thought that was cute. That was cute. And you can see it's got a bat on it. Anyway, that was cute. And then Lana Del Rey. I'm just channeling my Lana Del Rey for 99 cents. I bet you Lana Del Rey spent more on hers than I spent on mine. But oops, I got lipstick on, so now I'm going to ruin it. But look at that. Wait, what does Lana Del Rey sing? Does anybody know any Lana Del Rey songs? You were in my pocket, so I may have accidentally hit a wrong button. Tom, that's funny. Yeah, I don't know. No? Anybody? 99 cents. Lana Del Rey. Suck it. Now, the pièce de résistance, and that had everybody buzzing in the thrift shop because I found it and no one else did, were these. And they were $7.99. So a little pricey, but I'm gonna show you what I got. Oh, I'm gonna ruin my hair in the process, but that's okay. For you guys, I'll ruin my hair. That's what I'll do. Okay, ready? Are you ready? This is what I got for $7.99, and I have no regrets. Wait, let me stop sharing. I don't think I can really see. Okay, hold on. So you can see. Come on now, and you can see through them. I mean, you can't see well, but it's like a kaleidoscope kind of, but like prismatic kaleidoscope. Come on now, $7.99. Doesn't get any better than that. I actually think I just want to wear these all day. And there's like 3 screens and they're pink. I'm not lying. This is great. So cool. I think it's so cool. Oh, wow. The light, when you look at the lights, different colors. Okay. That's enough of those. Aren't those great? I fucking love them. You can swap out the lenses. You have tons of nice. 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 Yeah, I might do that. I might do that. Might do that. Steampunk, yeah. The yellow fly eyes, yeah. Aren't they great, GP? Oh my god, Muskie, I love them so much. I love them so much. I'm binge viewing. Yes, GP. Thank you. But yeah, the Real Housewives of Miami are great, are fantastic. You know, I'm going to say though, GP, you guys had the best Real Housewives franchise. You did. You had the Real Housewives of Melbourne was among the best Real Housewives in the planet. And I wish they would bring it back. I would watch the old episodes again. I love Gina. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I love Gina. I think it's Gina, right? The really tall one with a good attitude. Okay, so while I'm waiting to find this fucking trial, god damn it. I'll also say, what will I say? Tomorrow, you can't re-stream it, but the Eastman trial is continuing, and frankly, it's fascinating. So I'm probably going to be watching that tomorrow. But let me figure out what we're doing here. I'm going to try it again. Oops. Nope, I don't. Nope. I want a live one. Come on. Bitches get stitches. Okay, fine. Kari Lake song. The Kari Lake story? No, it's okay. So while we're waiting, this is what we're worried about.
Kari Lake has already lost 2 trials connected to the 2022 election.
Sorry.
And now she finds.
Hold on. I thought I was sharing it. I don't know why. Share your screen. Hey, share your screen. Okay. This is the background. It's only.
Lake has already lost 2 trials connected to the 2022 election, and now she finds herself in the middle of a third. The former Republican candidate for governor was in a Maricopa County courtroom this afternoon, proving that she deserves access to your ballot signature from November's election.
Joe Dana was in the court and tells us why the county argues that those signatures should remain private.
County Recorder Stephen Richer testified that he simply cannot, by law, release to the public the signatures on voter ballot envelopes.
We're going to show up to a knife fight with a gun, not a knife.
She tried to prove fraud, raised questions about ballot tabulator machines.
The truth is on our side.
And accused election workers of wrongdoing. Kari Lake has lost every legal battle since the election. Now she's suing to get access to see voters' signatures.
It's in the best interests of the state and the people to be able to understand what is taking place in their elections.
Things that we check.
County Recorder Stephen Richer testified Thursday. The voting affidavit and all information on it are sacred.
If those signatures were made public, would you have concerns about whether that could threaten election integrity in any way?
I would have a lot of concerns. It's not just people who are in our community who might have a legitimate purpose. It would be anyone in the world.
The fear that bad actors could commit fraud or disrupt elections. Jen Fifield reports for the nonprofit Vote Beat and has been following the case.
So there is a question here then about whether the signature on the envelope is a public record.
There is a question. For years and for decades, actually, in Maricopa County and across the state, county recorders have thought of these as not public records. They thought of them as part of the private voter information you give, like your last 4, your social, and they haven't been giving them out. But now there's a challenge to that, saying in state law, it might not actually be protected.
Lake has a history of spreading election lies. Attorney Tom Ryan represents a former election official who was harassed because of false election conspiracies.
This isn't about getting to an important question that may help Arizona. This is about getting information and data about election workers and voters so that they can be harassed. And that's a real deep concern.
The trial resumes Monday
Cool,
with
Neil.
more witnesses and closing arguments. A defeated candidate once again in
Sam,
court,
how are
trying to
you?
convince a judge she
Gina,
deserves at least
thank you.
one
A
victory.
magistrate. Oh my
Joe
God.
Dana, 12 News.
What? RHO Sydney, yes. I love RHO. I love the Canadian RHO. It was great. It was fantastic. It was fantastic. Come on. Why aren't you showing it? Pooper scoopers. Come on. Dang it. Right, hold on. Let me whoops. Let me do this and then see if I can find it. Anyway, hope everyone's well today. As you know, or you may know, maybe you don't know. I am in the midst of a little bit of a challenging depression slump. I can tell that it's mostly chemical, like it's not, there's been a lot of stressors, but they're kind of minor. I mean, even the people doxing me all weekend, people spent 8 hours on a space and included in it doxing me and spreading lies and intimating that people have relationships with my family that I know for a fact they don't have. So I'm just going to say to all those wonderful people who make it their business to just like shit on me and others, I'm only going to talk about me. I think you need to really rethink why you're doing this. I don't know what I did to you, because I don't think I did anything to you. I bought you bagels and I offered to work on your podcast for free, and I didn't ask anything in return. And when you told me that the podcast was kind of canceled for 2 years, I said, okay, because that's your project and I was there to support you. But now what you're doing is saying my name in a space and talking about my family. All because I'm friends with Jim Stewartson. No other reason. We didn't fight about Jim. We didn't. We had an argument once, and I said to him, I want to be your friend, and I want to make this better, and I want to bring us all together. The reason is because I found out and saw tweets where he was disparaging Gal Suburban. And that's when I knew this was all a joke on me. The podcast, everything was a joke on me. And Taylor was involved with it, and Stephen was involved with it. And I don't know why. I don't know why. To this day, I don't know why, because no one has told me why. But as late as yesterday, they have spaces with these weird people that I have no idea who they are. I don't know them. I didn't do anything to them. And yet they just continue to talk about or include me in their conversations. I'm not the topic of conversation. Yeah. So, I guess what I'm saying is I don't understand why. And if you want to tell me, my DMs are open. But to this point, I don't understand why we are continuing to find ourselves here, because I don't say anything about you. I don't say anything. I do my thing. So I'm just going to say that if you're taking part in this and somehow advancing it, you need to know what you're doing. And you need to know that while I may not know about it, because frankly, I blocked all those people, so I don't really know what happens. People send me things. So I'm just going to say that, this is stupid. I don't know if you need a hobby, if you need a project. I have stuff here you could do. You could help me with my show. I need a producer. But otherwise, I don't know what your damage is. I don't know who hurt you, because I didn't. I did things for you. I tried to help you. I tried to help both of you, Taylor and Stephen. I tried to help both of you. I remained your friend. And now this is what you're doing to my family, not to me, but now threatening and teasing that you are contacting my family. I don't understand it. And I didn't hear it first, so you can definitely correct me if I'm wrong. But that's what I'm hearing. So why don't you correct the record for me, since my name is in your mouth first, not me. I'm not talking about you. I don't talk about you. I don't talk about you behind your back, because that's not who I am. But that's apparently who you are. And that's just disappointing. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. And the thing is you're not stopping me. You're only making me more determined. So I don't understand what the point is. And when I say determined, it's determined to make bad comedy. I'm determined to make bad comedy in the last remaining decades of my life. That's what I want to spend my time on. And democracy. I mean, I think we're all fighting for similar things. I really do. So again, I remain perplexed. And I know, they'll use this and they'll use that. And I just don't care. I don't care. But I do care if you're going to start to try and hurt me or hurt my family. Like hurt in terms of like pester or bother or harass. If you do that, that's over the line. So you can make fun of me all you want. You can, I am old. Girl. I am old. I am I am pathetic. I am all of those things. It's not that hard to see. But you really need to understand that I don't know what it is you're so upset about. So you're going to have to explain it to me like I'm 5. Anyway, I'm still looking for Kari Lake. Yeah, Max, I agree. You do need to go out, raise your heart rate. I do all those things. I have severe clinical depression. And so it is a little more than, oh, I just need a fresh air. Fresh air does not solve my clinical depression. Yeah, I do all that. Girl, I meditate. Are you kidding me? I fucking do all that shit. And I have for years. This is not like, you just need to relax. But it is good advice. And I do agree with it. And I think it does help. Hi, Elle. Elle's here too. All right. I'm going to stop bitching. And start searching. My nose is running. I think I have allergies. I know, just reminding. I understand. No, totally. Max, I get it. I mean, you and I are friends, and I can tell you that, but I'm just trying to say that this is, I wish those things actually changed it in the moment. They just haven't. I've really tried. And, I think this is, I think mental health can be achieving balance in the chemicals as well as the external factors. But it's on Rumble? Fuck, man. I have Rumble. Well, good news. I have Rumble, bitch. Okay. View all. Come on, kitty. Is it RSBN? Why don't they put shit that's like, where is it? Oh, here we go. Real America's Voice. Can you hear? Oh, okay. Ooh. I just need it a little bit less. Hold on. Do. Thank you, Max. I love you. Thank you. Thanks, butterflies. Yeah, I'm actually sorry I'm going through it too. I mean, I'm not the only one going through it, but I wish it would stop because frankly, I don't think I did anything to deserve it, but I don't know. Maybe I bought him the wrong bagel. Maybe I bought him the wrong bagel one day and he was mad and he I don't know. The women of today remind me of Rosie the Riveter. I wasn't around back then, but strong women save the nation. True. Hi, I guess Trump is speaking somewhere too today because that's live. I know, and he is. Is this? Oh, they're not even there yet. What the fuck? Are they breaking? Maybe they're pooping. Is it a poop break? It must be a poop break. It must be. Are we pooping? Are we pooping? They have the worst full screen controls of anyone. Rumble, you suck. Arg. Yeah. Arg matey. Shit bucket? Oh, poop bucket. Yeah, pooping. Poop bucket. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, so we're waiting for this little piece of crap to start. Yeah, Trump is speaking somewhere today. What do we think he's going to say? Probably the same stuff he said yesterday. Anyway. Oh, I can't believe we didn't miss it. So many fun, crazy things happening on Rumble. I know. Listen, Rumble's insane. And as you can tell, I have Rumble pulled up automatically because it's insane. And yeah. So yeah. I really thought I was late, but clearly we're not late. Yeah, anyway, so be nice. Don't dox people. Don't be a shithead and say things, make excuses for yourself to other people and lie to them about what you are doing with me, TJ. So stop pretending that somehow you're an innocent party in all this, because you're not. And I know it, and you know it. And I'm watching. Oh, actually, I'm not watching. There are people watching because they keep sending me screenshots. So you should know. Oh, man. I don't do that to people. I don't spend 8 hours in a space talking shit about people. I just don't. What in the world is wrong with you? And you talk about my family as if you know them? I don't think so. So yeah, tell me again that Jim is the problem. Please tell me Jim Stewartson is the problem. Please tell me that. Because he's not the one doxing me. He's not the one talking about my family. He's not the one fucking with me and just talking about shit about my friends. I don't think he's doing that. But you guys are. I know you're watching because you can't help yourself. Because not only do you spend 8 hours in a space listening and or talking shit about me, you watch everything I stream, which I love. So welcome. I'm sure it is. It's just a distraction. I think you're right, Ooh. It's nothing else. They're 13 emotionally. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Did you all see Greg Olear is starting a Substack just for all to go and share thoughts on Elroy? Oh, cool. That's cool. I didn't see that. Yeah. I don't understand it either, but this is my opportunity to address it, and I'm taking that minor opportunity until we get the court started. Yeah, I don't know, but I think there's only one side of this little particular kerfuffle that is in the wrong, and it ain't me, but it ain't me, bubs. It ain't me, bubs. And what they're worried about, they call us like whatever stewing on and stuff because they say that we focus on conspiracy theories. I don't recall ever focusing on conspiracy theories. I think I look at the data that people pull into threads, like from Court Listener, or from independent media sources. So I don't know where you get your conspiracy nonsense, because frankly, you guys are the conspiracy non-believers, frankly, because you believe in something weird. because you don't like someone. That's so weird. Yeah, hit the like. Well, actually, thank you for viewing because you're actually helping just by being here. So your mere existence is helping. I really appreciate that. I know everyone does here at Lolo's Lounge. Lolo's Lounge. Come on, start this fucking trial. What is wrong with these people? The conspiracy theory. Exactly. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Okay, also two programming notes. Tonight, I have a space with Patrick Berge. And so he's going to tell us a little bit about drones and also the stuff that he was involved with. And, I'm going to put that one up, Gal. That's a good one. Thank you. Gal, you're amazing. Tonight, I'm going to have a conversation with Patrick Berge on Spaces at 6 p.m. Pacific, et cetera, et cetera. Tomorrow morning, I don't know what time yet. I'm waiting to hear. I'm going to have a conversation on Twitter Spaces with David Weissman, who's going to tell his story about leaving the Republican Party and all that kind of stuff. So I have two big interviews coming up, one tonight and one tomorrow, and I hope everyone will find a way to tune in. I would love it. And I think they're both on Spaces. I think David wants to do it on Spaces too, but I offered all the platforms in case. Doxing is what neo-Nazi trolls and incels do because they're threatened by exposure, and doxing is intended to silence their target, to limit their exposure. Arr, arr, arr. Yeah, it is. Always be kind. On October 6th, all of us that had the COVID vaccine are going to turn into zombies. Fantastic. Then we live forever. I'm good with that. I don't know. I've watched a lot of zombie movies. I get this. I get it. I'm in. I was always rooting for turn me into a zombie because frankly, then I don't have to stress out. My stress is over. I still exist. I might like my zombie family. I don't know. I probably do because I probably don't really care. I mean, I'm already a zombie in many respects. So let's not, they still haven't started the fucking trial. Hold on. Sorry. I'll get off the screen. Let me get off the screen. There we go. I'm sorry it's not. You know what? Maybe I can make it bigger. I think I can make it bigger and then do this and then move this over like this and then move that over like that. Oh my God. I hate you. Sorry. I know I'm playing with it. Is that better? Is that okay? No matter who loses, I win. Interesting, Neon. Interesting. Broadly, that is the goal. More interested in the mechanism. Yeah. I'm kind of interested in the why. Yeah, I'm actually interested in the what's in it for you thing. Because I don't quite get it. Because I just don't get it. No one has been able to articulate to me the reason why this is really happening. Because frankly, if it were just that Jim is wrong or whatever, then just ignore him. So I don't really get that. I understand they claim all kinds of harm and shit. I don't know about that. And frankly, then they need to do what they need to do in terms of legal action. But trolling someone mercilessly and trolling their friends and getting their account suspended and all that stuff, that's damage. That's not healing. That's damage. So sorry, not sorry. And I don't, the thing is I only mention them when they mention me. So they need to get this straight. I don't talk about you. I don't care about you. I don't think about you. You think about me a lot more than I think about you. I'm thinking about you now because you spent all weekend including me in a trash session. So I get my 5 minutes to tell you what I think of your weekend-long obsession. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you came. I hope you came many times. I know. I'm. Oh, and I got my belly button re-pierced because I had taken out my belly button piercing a few years ago. I don't think I can show you right now because I just think that would be disgusting. But it actually looks great. I'm not saying that, but I just don't think I should show you my belly button on live stream. But yeah, no, I got my belly button done again. Well, I didn't have to actually. It was still open, but I just got new jewelry, I guess. I disagree with the take on doxing. Different right-wing groups often hate each other. I find individuals who hate each other enough to engage and mysteriously send them the info. I don't understand what that means, Neon. Can you explain yourself? I definitely you need to explain yourself. When I find out specific Adam Waffen hates a specific Proud Boy and vice versa, I send them each other's information down to, well, that's you're making a decision on that. Are you equating my situation with that fucking situation? Are you fucking whatever? Y'all are just, you need fucking hobbies. I can't.
It's 32.
That's not in there.
32.
So you're deciding who are the Nazis. That's, although I guess you're talking about the actual Nazis and the actual Proud Boys. And I think it is abstract discussion of objectives responsive to my questions. I don't know if I understand what that means. Neon. Wow, Neon, you're just like a regular fucking Keanu Reeves over there, aren't you? Who, by the way, thinks all of you are assholes, thinks all the MAGA are assholes. So just so you know, I'm closer to Keanu than any of you. So just so you know.
Right. We are back on the record in Lake versus Richer, CV 2023-051480. Counsel for both sides are here. Neither Ms. Lake nor Mr. Richer is present this morning.
No.
This is the time set for continuing
No,
trial.
I know he's not a
where we left off was
I know he's not a I'm
the county had a couple more witnesses to present. Is there anything that we need to take up before we do that?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if the court wanted me to give them notice. But
I'll be right back.
Well, I tell
MAGA pro-Trump violence at the legislature, including, Your Honor, testimony about guns sliding across the courtyard and protesters yelling at children. And so Senator Kern, Your Honor, as you well know, is the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. He spends a great deal of time at the Arizona State Legislature and can testify as to what takes place at the legislature with respect to protests, both on, I suppose we could say, Your Honor, the left and the right. Furthermore, Your Honor, one of their witnesses, Miss Rodriguez, invoked Senator Kern's name at yesterday's hearing, Your Honor, when she testified that he held her before his committee and would not allow her to leave until she answered a specific question. And so, with respect to what's taking place at the legislature and the violence, Senator Kern's going to offer testimony in that regard, Your Honor, with respect to how he runs his committee and whether or not he holds witnesses until they answer questions. He's expected to testify about that as well, Your Honor. With respect to Shelby Bush, Your Honor, I intend to offer her to discuss what would have been what was Recorder Richard's testimony, Your Honor. And so there are a number of areas she has explicit knowledge in, and those are the availability. One of those are the availability of signature, Your Honor, on, for example, verifying and validating signature petitions, Your Honor. So she's got a lot of knowledge and experience in that regard. She's got a lot of knowledge and experience with respect to documents such as the VM-34, which...
Okay, hold on one thing at a time so I can get it straight in my head. The first thing would be that she is familiar with and presumably has participated in the process of verifying signatures on initiative petitions, candidate petitions, that kind of thing. Is that what you're saying?
Availability of signatures, which to page in that.
Right. Okay. All right.
And another area would be with respect to the VM-34 and what data is actually sent to a private company known as Runbeck, Your Honor. And these are all relevant because Stephen Richer, Recorder Richer, gave testimony yesterday, Your Honor, regarding, the data that's placed onto the ballot affidavit envelope itself. And, she will testify with respect to her knowledge of Runbeck County policies with respect to the distribution of voter data to anybody in the world who wants it, Your Honor. And the fact that Runbeck does not get any private protected information from Maricopa County, which I believe there's been testimony to that in a recent hearing as well, Your Honor. But those as well.
Wait, hang on a second. Tell me the name of the record again. You said it's
34, Your Honor. The VM-34.
VM-34. Okay. So that's made available to a private company.
The data that's made available to Runbeck Election Services, which is a private company.
Right.
County file transfer protocols it to them for every election cycle so that Runbeck can print these ballot affidavit envelopes and distribute them to all the voters.
Right.
There was testimony yesterday about the barcode that was on it and what data it contains. And Ms. Bush, Your Honor, and has knowledge with regards to both of those issues, Your Honor.
Well, what I'm still trying to understand, though, is how is that relevant to our case?
It's relevant to our case, Your Honor, because all the data that Maricopa County gives to Runbeck, and therefore that my client would have access to, Your Honor, is readily available to anybody who simply wants to go down and buy it, with the exception of the signature, Your Honor. So it comes down to the signature and whether that signature is protected. And so all of that data, can be purchased by someone in New Zealand or Tanzania. All they got to do is a formal records request, and Recorder Richter testified to that fact yesterday, Your Honor. Although I don't think I specifically used Tanzania or New Zealand examples, but the point being the same.
Okay. So availability of signatures for petition verification purposes, the availability of the VM34, which, I mean, I assume distribution to the election vendor and purchase as for commercial purposes are two different things.
Understood, Your Honor, but my client is not seeking them for a commercial purpose. Neither, and when people, any citizen can get the data, Your Honor.
Yeah, but I'm still trying to figure out how that. Are you saying that it's available to this company, so therefore it's not private?
No, Your Honor. What I'm saying is they give it to this private company and therefore it's not private, but at the same time, it contains no more data than you can find in a VM34 file, which anybody in the world can do a public records request for Maricopa County, and they will give them that data if this person pays a fee. So this data is publicly available, Your Honor. I'm not sure I see Mr. Lasota shaking his head yes. And so, I mean, we could.
I don't think he's Mr.
We can stipulate to that.
I'm pretty sure he's not Mr. Lasota. I talked to him about whether he wants to be referred to as Mr. Lasota.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
I think it's Mr. Lasota.
Okay, so there's those things. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, with respect to and again, and this gets to the availability of voter data and voter signatures to private third-party groups. Now, there's a program run by the Secretary of State that gives private third-party organizations the right to register voters and upload that data right into their system. And that includes, Your Honor, they have access to all of these voters, their personal information that they get when they register them to vote, as well as their signatures, Your Honor. And so these third-party registration groups have access to all of this data.
Okay. All right.
In their possession. So
anything else?
That would, well, I guess it really depends on where their next two witnesses go, Your Honor.
Okay, fair enough. Based on what we have so far.
Based on what we have so far, Your Honor, that's all.
You see why this is so entertaining?
Your Honor, very briefly.
It's so entertaining.
There was testimony about the VM34 at the hearing on Thursday. The recorder testified about it. I'm not super familiar with that particular file. It's something that the Elections Department uses. It makes it available to the political parties. It also makes it available to anybody in the world, as Mr. Blem said, who makes a public records request and pays the applicable fee set by statute. That isn't a fee that the recorder willy-nilly assesses, and Mr. Blem didn't suggest that it was, but I just want the court to know. That fee is set by ARS 16-168. I believe it's subpart E, but it's in 16-168. In any event, the VM34 file contains certain information, the voter's name, the voter's political party, the voter's address. It does not contain the voter's signature. And the voter's signature is what we're here about, Your Honor, the signature on the affidavit, the early ballot affidavit envelopes. That's not part of the VM34. And unless Ms. Bush is going to come to the witness stand and say that it is, and then I suppose we'll have to get a copy of the VM34 down here for the court to examine. But I'm representing to the court, it's not part of the VM34, and it has no relevance to this proceeding. With regard to what is given to Runbeck, Runbeck does perform important services for the county. Mr. Blem and his client, Ms. Lake, and also his other client, We the People, are currently litigating two separate, I'm sorry, that's incorrect, Your Honor. It's We the People, it's not Ms. Lake, is litigating an action against Runbeck right now. But what Runbeck does has nothing to do with this proceeding in front of Your Honor today. Again, this is about the early ballot affidavit signatures. I didn't hear anything that Ms. Bush is expected to testify about that I personally consider to be relevant. However, if Your Honor would like to allow her to testify, and we can go, line of questioning by line of questioning and make objections that way, that's fine with me. As for Senator Anthony Kern, if he takes time out of his busy schedule to be here today, we certainly appreciate that. We did put into evidence testimony about what took place at one of his hearings. If he wants to appear to, from his perspective, clarify, or even from his perspective, refute the testimony that our witness offered, Your Honor, I think that is acceptable. I don't think it's really relevant to the issue at hand, but we will not object to that. If he feels the need to set the record straight from his perspective as to what happens at committee hearings that he chairs, we have, great respect for the members of our legislature, and we would not want to stand in the way of that if that's what he feels he needs to do. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. First, as to Senator Kern, I do have respect for the members of the legislature and what they do. And if he is here today, then he presumably feels strongly about what was said about what happened in his committee. And I can identify that with that. If somebody said something about what happened in my courtroom and I thought it didn't portray me fairly, I'm not going to respond to. But frankly, what happened in his committee really has nothing to do with what we're deciding today. And Mr. LaBruce said that. That testimony was given. I heard it, but I was not intending to rely on it in any way, because what happened, I'll just say it, I don't know how to say it any more directly. What happened between a legislator and a lobbyist in a committee hearing truly has nothing to do with whether the ballot affidavit envelopes are public records or not. And what happens in the community is one thing. What happens in the legislature is something else entirely. So, so I don't think, and it's up to me at the end of the day, whether to hear testimony, particular testimony, especially at a bench trial. So I just do not find that that's relevant. The other, and I think it would be frankly a waste of his time to give that testimony. He would be better off going back to the legislature, and if he wants to make a public statement about how he runs his committee, that's perfectly fine with me. That might be a better way for him to use his time. No, let me finish here. What Mr. Blam referred to as the MAGA pro-Trump activity at the legislature. I talked about that the other day. I referred to it during the testimony. I am simply not going to find or suggest or make any even attempt to explore whether some particular group of people are
these are worse butterflies
prone to misbehaving in a way that's violent or undemocratic or however you want to put it.
I don't have a criminal. I don't have any mugshots to show, but
I'm not going there.
they can just harass people that I love. That's what they can do.
Reason that I think
So it's a little
that
different than
this
a drunk
some of the
Canadian
testimony I
idiot.
heard is important is because it tells me that passions are running
same
high.
Intent, same ill intent.
But even that's
You're
not
right.
really the point. I know that. I'm not oblivious to the world around me.
I shouldn't say date.
The question in my mind really is how the release of
to the
this
doxing
information is
trolling
going
game. Let
to
me put it that way. They're more
affect
serious.
people in that world. And that's a
Hi, Adriana.
denominational, nonpartisan, not one side or the other kind of analysis. So I will take as a given, frankly, that that what's happened at the legislature in terms of how whether somebody was unpleasant to a child on a particular day or whether somebody had a firearm legally outside the legislature, that just I'll accept that those things are true. I'll accept. I said that. I said the opposite. I'll accept that those. I'll accept whatever Senator Kern would say about those things, but it's not going to affect what I do. So for those reasons, the motion to call or the request to call Senator Kern is denied. As far as Ms.
Hit
Bush,
the like button, please.
I have not said this, but the availability of the signatures elsewhere is absolutely not relevant. That is absolutely not part of the calculation on a public records request. And maybe you have the case at the tip of your tongue. Is it the KPNX case? It's the Scottsdale case. It's the case about the birth dates. What's the name of the case? Somebody help me here, because I don't appear to have a copy of it in front of me.
Your Honor, I will find the citation. We just refer to it as the Scottsdale Unified School District case.
That's the one. But that case holds.
Yeah.
That case involved a request by a news organization
We're all working towards the same goal, I thought.
Teachers' birth dates because they were investigating whether the district had adequately vetted the teachers for histories of misconduct before they hired them. And the news organization argued that you can get birth dates aren't really private. You can get birth dates from all kinds of sources. And therefore, the confidentiality, best interest, therefore, the confidentiality, best interest of the state should be discounted because you can get that information anywhere. And the case holds, and it's on what a lawyer would say, it's on all fours with this case, that doesn't matter. That what matters is whether the people whose information as at issue have a privacy confidentiality expectation. And the court said people do have that in their birth dates. This is exactly the same thing.
It is. Thank you, Judge.
So
Can we just rule
the
now?
availability of signatures to verify candidate and signature petitions, I'm not sure that it's even enough to say it's not relevant. It's not a reason. It is a zero in the analysis.
I love this.
That goes, I think, for everything that counsel described Ms. Bush as intending to say. It is also true that the VM34 is different because it doesn't have signatures. I would also add that it doesn't have phone numbers, which most of the ballot affidavit envelopes do. So it's really the presence of that information together with the name and address information that really creates the issue here. And again, whether that's available through some other process, it doesn't matter. Whether it's available to a third-party election vendor, doesn't matter. An election vendor also is not similarly situated because presumably they're under contractual obligations to treat the information the same way the recorder would have to treat it, although I don't know that. And the same goes for, well, the private third-party records. The other issue is access by private third parties who register voters. I guess all I can say about that is that's just different. That's the statute specifically authorizes that. I don't know what the limitations on that are. I don't know if signatures, those aren't the signatures we're talking, those aren't even the signatures we're talking about. We're talking about signatures that they collect as part of the voter, the registration of the voter. So that's the signature on the other end of the process, not
right.
It's the baseline, the comparison signature. It's not the
Do you know how much
ballot
my signature
affidavit
changes?
envelope
It's now
signature.
become
So
just a
it's not
line.
even the same thing.
So whose signature matches what they did when they registered? I don't know.
We are also, when we
Signatures
talk
are
about
dumb.
that, now we're starting to get back into the world of why somebody thinks that there might be some misconduct or going on in connection with elections or election identity theft. And as I have repeatedly said during this hearing, we're not going there at all, period. So that took more words than I expected, but the bottom line is the request to call those witnesses is denied, provided the thing this morning that those witnesses or anybody wanting to give in response to, I'll consider that.
Your Honor, may I just have a few minutes so I can make sure I have a record? With respect to Senator Kern, Your Honor, the entire premise of their argument is that people should not get access to these signatures because, there might be violence for the ballot affidavit envelopes, not just the signatures, Your Honor.
What?
But because people might reap violence on other people.
That's not.
That was
what
the
they're
entire
saying.
premise of their argument as
That's
they
not what
sat
they're
here and
saying.
gave their testimony before the Associated Press yesterday that was beaming their testimony live across the world, Your Honor. And so Senator Kern can rebut that testimony with his own. With respect to Ms. Bush and her testimony regarding the availability of signatures, Your Honor, in both the political process, I suppose, and in the real world process in which we live every day, Your Honor. Signatures are widely available. Birthdays are not. When my waiter comes to me in a restaurant and says, sign your credit card bill, he doesn't ask me for my birth date. A birth date's an entirely different thing, Your Honor. And Shelby Bush would testify that she can actually send an email to the Secretary of State through their portal, and that the Secretary of State will send her an entire set of petitions with signatures on it so that those signatures can be challenged, Your Honor. And anybody can do this, anybody, because they're signatures. And signatures are how people identify themselves in the real world and with respect to our elections. Thank you, Your Honor.
Not me.
The only addition that I will make in response to that is that as to the premise of the county's position, I understand the county's position to be that when you put names and addresses of voters out there with their phone numbers and their signatures, that is going to invite responses from people who question whether both it's going to invite questions from people who question whether those are valid signatures, and B, it comes ready-made with a phone number where you can just call that person up and say, hey, is this your signature? Like the one witness testified about the other day about the people coming to their door. That's what I understand their position to be about. So anyway.
Your Honor, if I may, you are correct, but there's a bit more, if I can clarify very quickly.
Maybe then maybe there's something I should think about a little more.
Maybe
so go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, that Your Honor stated our position with regard to best interest of the state. With regard to ARS 16168F, which is the statute that we've argued make these signatures confidential, there is an exception written in the statute that says for signature verification on petitions and candidate filings. That's ARS 16168F. So to the extent that Ms. Bush would testify that she has been able to get signatures for candidate filings or petition, initiative petitions, she's correct. That's what the law says, and the reporter follows the law, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Those aren't public records requests, though.
That's correct, Your Honor. It's a statutory request for those who are conducting signature review for candidate challenges and whatnot. And there is a confidentiality provision put into effect to make certain that those signatures, as certain as we can, to make certain that the signatures remain confidential.
That's what I figured, but no, we're burning daylight. I want to go ahead and hear from the witnesses, but I figured there was a confidentiality piece to that, but there again, we're too far afield because what we're talking about here is a public records request and the application of the public records law. And whatever other authority there might be for obtaining this information other than the public records law, that is what it is. I don't read, frankly, 16168 as an authorization to get information at all. It's a limitation on obtaining information. The authorization to get the information is the public records
Courtrooms
law.
are horrible.
So that's what we need to focus on.
Everybody's dead inside.
Let's have the county call this next witness.
Your Honor, I've got a senator with important business to tend to.
You want to go?
Recess so that I could go let him know that he will not be allowed to testify.
I don't mind. Let's not take a recess. Why don't you just go talk to him and then come on back and go from there.
It's not going to take you that long, Lebowski. What kind of live rosin is this? Let me see what I'm smoking. What am I smoking? Where'd I throw it? I threw it over here. Let's see. I'm smoking. Oh, shit. I need my glasses. I need my glasses. I'm a bit of a granny. I'm a bit of a granny. What the fuck is it? I don't even know what this is. What is this? Where does it say what it is? I must have just like rubbed it off or something. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. I wonder what it is.
I'm sorry. Come on up here. Before
I
you
hope
sit
it was
down,
amazing.
let's get you sworn in. Okay.
Before you sit down, let's get you sworn in.
Bonnie, Bonnie, last name Eckerd, Eckard. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth of you, God? I do.
What is this? Can anybody read
Please have a
that?
seat.
Can you read that?
Yes.
Can you read the tiny writing? Can you read the tiny writing?
Yes. Okay.
Anybody? I can't read that. Even with my glasses, because it's white print on yellow. Come on now. Girl, I'm almost 60. Come on now. I just took a teeny tiny bite of a sativa gummy to see if it helps with fatigue. Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, we still don't have Mr. Blam. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. You're right. It took me like a minute because this is really good stuff. Oh, yeah, I could do that. Oh, it's upside down. Well, that's a problem. Magnify with phone. Yes. Yes. The fuck? Genuine. It doesn't even.
Thank you for the time, Your Honor.
Welcome.
It says super standard haze.
All right.
I don't understand that. Doesn't make any sense.
For the county may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to call Bonnie Eckerd.
She's already on the stand.
She's on the
I'm sorry,
stand.
Bonnie or Connie?
Bonnie.
Bonnie with a B. Okay. All right. Very
Bonnie
good.
with
Go
a
ahead.
B.
Good morning, Ms. Eckerd. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning.
Please state your full name again for the record.
Bonnie Eckerd.
Ms. Eckerd, did you vote in the 2020 general election?
Yes.
And did you vote in the 2022 general election?
Yes.
What method did you choose each time?
I voted early mail.
Your doctor
Did you have an
recommended it? I'm curious
experience
to see if it
where
helps you.
a couple of individuals came to your home and asked you questions about your ballot and your
And what are you
I'm
going to do with the
sorry.
information?
Sorry.
And the woman started talking about hundreds of people who were dead, who had voted, and persisted that ballots may have come from
They showed
my
up at her
house from the
door
neighborhood,
and started asking her questions.
And when
they
I
knew the
objected
answers
to that, and I
now
said,
she's
well,
continuing.
who are you? And shouldn't this be solved in the courts and not at my door? She became extremely aggressive with me. She spoke very loudly. She pointed her finger in my face. She talked over me. She interrupted me.
You're right. I can't.
And at that point, I just asked them to leave my property.
How did you feel about this interaction?
I was shaking, quite frankly. And I immediately called a neighbor because they were still on the street. And she was able to ascertain who had sent them and who they were. Bob and I were extremely agitated by this event. And I have to share that my father, who is World War II veteran, now passed, but he always instilled in my sister and I the importance, the kind of value of living in this country, of living in a democracy, of having the opportunity and the responsibility to vote, to believe that our vote counted, and the certainty and the venom that these people expressed to me really, it shook me. And I'm still very, very upset about the fragility of our democracy. I wrote about it in my journal. I talked to a number of people about it, and I did make a formal complaint. Two, actually. I wrote to Bronovich, who was the Attorney General, and I also wrote to the woman who I discovered had sent those people to our door.
Thank you, Ms. Eckert. Now I'd like to pivot a bit to talk about property deeds.
Yes.
Have you ever owned property in Arizona?
Yes.
Prior to this case, were you aware that if you signed a property deed, the signature on that deed is public?
Now I know. I didn't know.
prior?
I didn't know before.
Even now, knowing that your signature is public in that way, would you be concerned if you knew that the signatures on ballot affidavit envelopes could be given out to just anyone who requests them?
I would be concerned about that.
Would making the signatures on ballot affidavit envelopes public to anyone who requests them, would that make you reconsider the method that you used to vote?
I would reconsider.
Why is that?
Well, I think I said before, I have always believed voting is a highly symbolic and reverent act, that it involves thoughtfulness and, in fact, privacy. I don't share information about who I vote for, and I don't. I keep it an important part of my life. The signature on the ballot would make me rethink how I vote. And
they're going.
I guess what really concerns me is Bob is 88 years old. We talked about it last night. Would he vote by mail if he knew his signature could be obtained, like all the other information that was obtained when they came to my door? And he doesn't know. But if he didn't vote by early mail, he voting in person on voting day
I think you're
would be impossible for him.
Yeah, there is actually.
And he spent 50 years in the classroom teaching American history. It would break his heart not to be able to vote at the end of his life.
Loser.
Thank you, Ms. Eckert.
What a loser you are.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Gather intelligence. What kind of
Ms.
fucking
Eckert.
idiot are you?
This incident you relate about canvassers coming to your door. Have you ever canvassed?
You're going to have to speak louder.
I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Have you ever engaged in canvassing?
I have not personally I've not gone door to door, but
say
people have
no.
gone door to door to me.
Okay, it's fairly routine in our system of government.
Yes, I've invited people in my home.
All right.
Yeah.
And
For
do you
candidates
object
it
to
is.
canvassing?
No.
Okay. Well, I apologize if some individuals were rude to you, but do you know if they have anything to do with my client or anybody affiliated with my client?
I don't know.
Okay. And
Yeah,
well,
I
you
think I
said
know what you mean.
that your they wouldn't tell you who they were with. They were evasive.
Right, they were very evasive. I believe, and this is the year 2021, I believe they said something about election integrity. When I called my neighbor, she was able to ascertain who they were.
How did she do that?
She asked them persistently who sent them, and they disclosed to her.
Yeah. So so they told her. Why wouldn't they tell you if they were willing to tell
I
you?
think she was the woman. There was a man and a woman there. The woman was in rather the heat of the moment, and she was unproved conspiracy point of view, and so at that point, she wasn't answering where they were, who had sent them or anything. So I just asked them to get off my property. My neighbor was able to question them further.
Okay. And so she didn't necessarily kick them off her property, correct?
No, in fact, they were on our street.
Yeah.
And she went and talked to them. Right.
All right. And did you know that your address and all of that stuff can be obtained from the county pretty readily?
I guess I do now. I mean, at the time, it was pretty startling that they were bombarding me with information that they seemed to know. And I didn't know who they were.
Okay.
I mean, I assumed.
Well, is that what caught you off guard, that you didn't know who they were and they seemed to know more about you than?
That caught me off guard, yes.
So might that have been what led to some of the hostility? Did you get defensive?
Well, they immediately started talking about dead people voting.
Okay.
And that dead people voting was what provoked the concern on my part that these were unproven conspiracy theories that someone was either trying to convince me about or frighten me with.
When was this?
It was August 21st, 2021. In the afternoon, it was really hot out.
Yeah, that's funny.
What was taking place at that time? Do you know?
It's a terrible line of
Because you keep saying
questioning, and she's a terrible
unproven
witness.
conspiracy theory.
Yeah, well, the audit was going on, I believe, the ninja, whatever it is.
Okay. Did you support the audit?
No.
No. You were opposed. Were you
Exactly,
pretty publicly,
thank you.
vocally opposed to the audit?
No, I
thank
just
you.
felt it was sloppy. I mean, and that was just all over the press.
Yeah, it was actually.
And so, with respect to these people canvassing, would you stop people from getting access to voter information?
No, I believe, as I understand it, our social security numbers and our signatures are protected. And I would like to keep that, although certainly if people worked hard enough, they could find that.
Right. Do you, well, and I'm sitting here looking at how many pages is it? And, you know, I haven't entered any of these into this honorable court's record yet, but with respect to deeds and other financial documents that you've executed.
I'm sorry, please.
I'm sorry.
What?
Wait a minute.
What?
Are we talking about
Her documents?
his Eckerd's
That's
particular records?
that's correct, Your Honor.
Um,
And I said, Your Honor, I haven't added any into this record because you know, I have no need to put people's personal information out there.
No, but you're threatening to.
I'm not threatening
my
to. I'm asking,
Counsel, excuse me, counsel.
Your Honor, I would object to that.
Yeah.
Lake's counsel disclosed this information as rebuttal evidence. There's nothing to rebut. She admitted on direct that she has signed a property deed and that she was not aware prior to this that her signature would be made public. So I do not think it's appropriate for him to introduce that.
That's sustained.
Yeah.
Let's move
no
on.
fucking
No,
joke.
I don't want to hear about it.
well, I didn't introduce it as an exhibit, Your Honor. I was setting the stage for a further question.
Fine. I
Fucking
don't want to hear about it.
sanction that
All
bitch.
right.
Dear Lord in heaven. Christ on a cracker.
With respect to your participation in our form of government, do you sign petitions and initiatives and things of that nature?
Yes.
Yeah. Were you aware that anybody can go through the Secretary of State's portal and get all of those petition signatures to verify them?
I don't know exactly the details of that.
Have you ever participated in verifying signatures?
No.
Do you participate in political campaigns or anything along
That's
those
fucking
lines?
Wendy Rogers.
Yes, I was
That's
actually
fucking Wendy
a poll
Rogers, that
watcher
stupid
in 2022.
bitch.
Okay. Poll watcher. What does
Look at her.
that-
Look at her
what is
staring
that?
at the
Well,
witness. Look at her
I
staring
watch
at the
at
witness.
my-
Look
a
at this
local
stare
precinct.
from
I
Wendy
watched,
Rogers to the witness.
the process and made sure everyone had voted. And I also
Really, Doc's
came
Lolo.
downtown here
Yeah,
after
okay,
the
Doc's
election
Lolo.
and watched.
That's a
I
great
did watch
use of your
the
fucking
signature
time, you stupid
verification.
fucking moron.
I was quite impressed. I didn't know how it worked before, so I learned.
I don't know
a
what
lot.
they're fighting
And thank
for.
you for your participation in
I don't
that.
know what my bullies are fighting
but
for.
you
because
testified
it's not
that,
this. It's not an end to this.
If your signature was on the ballot, it would make you think twice
Are
about.
they showing this? Nobody
about
else is
voting?
streaming it to
Yes.
them.
Not about voting, about how I
I'm
voted.
so angry.
And so were you
so
speaking
angry.
about the ballot? Because nobody's asking for that to happen,
What?
Nobody's asking for what to happen.
for people to have to sign their ballot.
What?
For people to have to. I'm
Yes,
sorry, I don't
yes.
understand the
Well,
question.
Yes, it
you
was
had
Lake's attorney.
testified that if your signature was on your ballot,
I'm
it
so
would make you
angry.
think twice about voting.
No, it would, if the signature was on my ballot and that was made public to everybody to get it, that I would have to think twice about whether I would submit my ballot by mail.
And I just want to make sure the record is clear.
Oh, no.
You say ballot, and we're here talking about ballot
You said
affidavit
ballot.
envelopes.
You said ballot.
So you're not talking about the green envelope.
I'm talking about the green envelope. The ballot is what you vote.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was not clear. If I had to sign
He's a weird dude.
envelope and that signature became
Yeah.
public
He's total sleaze.
to anybody who wanted it, that might change how I voted.
Okay, so you might decide to vote differently.
I might decide I had to vote in person.
In person.
And so now knowing that people can access your signature on initiatives
Wendy
and petition,
Rogers.
will that stop you from signing initiatives and
100%.
petition?
Yeah,
Hi,
I'm
Vishal,
sorry. I'm going to have to
y'all. How are
have
you?
you speak into the microphone.
Welcome.
All right. Now that you know that the public can access petition and initiative signatures to verify those signatures, will that stop you from signing petitions and initiatives?
Hold
This
on.
is
there.
irrelevant.
That's actually misstating what happens. Campaign committees and people who are in the authorized practice of verifying signatures can do that. I haven't heard anybody say that they're available to the public.
Your Honor, the expert I want to have testify today has done it not as part of any campaign committee or any organization that's otherwise representing a campaign committee. They have requested campaign or petition signatures from the Secretary of State, and they have obtained them on their own so that they can verify signatures and challenge petitions for candidates and initiatives, Your Honor. And they're not affiliated with the campaign.
We're literally going through this at
But
record speed.
You know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what let's just move on. Rephrase the question.
Well, I'm not sure how I know how to rephrase that question, Your Honor. If I were to circulate a petition to you today, would you be willing to sign it for a particular candidate if you like that candidate?
Yes.
What?
Okay, so it wouldn't change your behavior in that regard.
Right.
If you were to go buy a new house tomorrow, would you still want to go buy that new house tomorrow?
Yes.
Even though your signature
Let's
is
just-
going to be on public
Let's
record.
just move.
Yes.
So it wouldn't alter your behavior.
No.
And so,
Is he sure
our
what his
ballots are
witness did is
secret,
legal?
correct?
Good job. Good point, Lee.
Yes.
All right. And so we have these secret ballots, and you're aware that nobody's here trying to get rid of the secret ballot?
That's
You
not
know
a
why
good
we're
question.
here.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Can
Do- am
somebody
I aware
object?
that
Is there a fucking lawyer in the
We're
room?
not trying to get rid of the secret ballot. That's
Is
what,
there
not why
a
we're
fucking
here.
lawyer
see.
in the room?
Yeah.
Period.
And that, under explaining to her what you're doing is kind of, that's not helpful. Let's move on.
Yeah, it's not helpful. It's not helpful, stupid. I guess I don't want
when
the
you ask
stalkers
these,
to get my information.
these
I don't know.
canvassers to leave your property, did they leave?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were they there in total?
I was trying to remember. It was for sure under 10 minutes. It may have been 7, 8 minutes.
Okay.
I don't
And
know.
so-
But wouldn't the
You didn't feel
But
threatened
wouldn't they be
or
able
the
to
need to call
object?
law enforcement?
I don't know if she's
No, I
represented by
felt intimidated.
Okay.
I felt the aggression
voter intimidation.
was
What?
present. I did not feel physically threatened, but I felt
She knew she could
emotionally
take them
and
if she had
psychically
to.
abused.
Okay. All right. And you was that because they were canvassing, asking about dead voters?
It was the tone and the body language and the interrupting. I mean, it was very
wonder who came to
frightening
her
and
house.
aggressive to me.
Okay. And so,
I know.
how long was
right?
it after
Thank you.
this
Ooh, you're
incident?
so
You remember
right.
the date of the incident?
Yes, August 21st.
The judge is doing the
21st.
job.
How long after that was it before you called the, I believe it was the AG?
I would have called the
I
police
wrote
too.
to Bronovich on the website they had there. And I also wrote to the woman who had organized these people
And when did you do that?
Liz
the
Harris.
next day.
The very next day, so on August 22nd.
I believe so, or maybe it'd been the same day, but
Check my
in my
tweets from
journal, I
around that
believe it was the
time. I
next
was
day.
calling
Did you
out
get a
Liz
response
Harris
back
trying to
from
say
Bernard?
this canvassing is going to be a nightmare.
All right.
And guess what? It was. And then it was.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Before you redirect, let me just ask you one or two. You said that these folks, your word was barraged you with questions. Tell me as many of you, as much as you can about what specifically they asked you. The one that struck my ears, they asked you who you voted for.
They asked me if I voted Democratic,
Okay.
Oh.
What else?
but it was phrased less of a question. You voted Democratic, right? So everything question that they asked about my name, my voting record, everything was rather they knew the answer and there may have been a right at the end of it.
Okay. What else did they ask you that you can remember?
Yeah, I can remember specifically.
Oh, that was Cross.
Let me tell you how I think they
This
asked
is-
it. Your Bonnie Eckert,
This is the state's
right?
witness. Yeah.
Bob Fine
this is the
lives here,
state's
right?
witness.
Does anybody else live here?
is
Did you
Cross.
receive any other
So
ballots?
they could object. I don't think they're on the ball.
Did you vote
To your
early
point.
by mail? Did you vote
What did what do?
Democratic?
What did who do, Vishal? Rewind.
Are there people here?
Let me go back.
And that's when it kind of veered into the dead people. Because I stopped them, I questioned
When
them, and then their
vigilantes go out with
justification was the
half-assed
dead people.
canvassing, that's voter
Are there any
intimidation.
dead people
It
here?
is. Period. Full stop. That's it.
I know.
Because Liz
And
Harris went
what
out with
was
the intent.
humorous to me
to
is they didn't say
intimidate
ballots
Democratic
from dead
voters.
people. They said dead people were voting. I
So
had
there
this
you go.
image of these
I looked at all the
zombies,
data.
but
It's wrong. It's
no,
extrapolations.
there were no
It's
dead
bad
people
math.
voting for my house.
Anything
Yeah,
else
state
that,
is
that
very much
sticks in your
slipping
mind
on
that they
this.
asked you?
Yes.
I think other
Yes, it's
really
menacing.
broad-based, unfounded conspiracy theories were voiced to me. If you ask me to be specific about that, I can't recall exactly what they are, only that they seemed like outrageous and scary.
Thank you.
Well, they probably
Counsel.
talked about
Nothing further.
there's dead voters.
Okay.
There's
Thank you very
These
much, ma'am.
voters,
Yeah,
there's
you can go. Thank you very
17
much for
people
being
living
here.
in a
Your
vacant
Honor,
lot
may I
voters.
follow your
That's the kind of
questioning up
shit they
with-
did.
Yeah, briefly you can. Hold on, ma'am. I guess you're not quite done.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What?
You recalled some of these questions. They ask if you voted.
In the mic, please.
Sorry about that.
Uh-huh.
They asked if you voted Democratic, correct?
Yes.
And did you respond?
I did.
That's a yes or no question.
If I'm not sure though, I think I did. Yes. I'm going to say yes.
After
Oh,
2020,
And so zombies.
God, that's right. I remember
sticks
that,
in my
Matt.
mind. Yeah.
They're not redirecting.
Is it your impression they were
Gal.
looking for zombies or they were wanting to clean the voter rolls?
I got the impression that they were spreading conspiracy theories that people had submitted ballots from dead people.
Well,
That's what I believed. And they
Not a
said
joke.
hundreds of
I have a
them.
baseball bat.
And you
I
keep
do. I have a
saying,
baseball
you've
bat.
testified a
That's
few
in Brooklyn.
times though to
I
these
got it when I lived in Brooklyn.
broad-based, unfounded
For
conspiracy
my
theories,
apartment, because I was
correct?
on the ground floor.
And are you anti-Trump?
No, we're not going to start talking about
Yeah,
people's.
thank you.
I don't think
No.
that unless you can tell me that there's a reason to cross-examine this citizen about her political views.
Yeah, no,
I'm
that's not what we
inclined
do
to
in this
allow that,
country.
but
We don't
I'll
do
let you
that in
be
this
heard.
country.
Your Honor,
We don't
there are
fucking
dog
do that in this
whistles,
country.
and those are terms people use in politics, Your
Shut the
Honor, to
fuck up, you
explain
fucking
certain
waste of a
terms or
human bag
concepts.
skin.
And so, it's all
puppy.
over the news media, Your Honor, that Trump, that former President Donald Trump is associated with these broad-based, unfounded conspiracy theories
Whoa,
relating to
whoa.
our election, and
Yeah.
she keeps
Look at
repeating that.
Rogers. She's fucking
And
a
Your Honor, this
maniac.
whole premise here that we're here for is that, that we have this fear that these signatures are going to get out online. And
Yeah.
I've got, 20 pages of
Yeah, 'cause you
signatures
guys
with their
have done it.
documents sitting in front of me that I got off
'Cause you
along
guys have
off
done
their
it.
client's website, Your Honor. And so this theory, and it was the same theory yesterday that was presented with respect to what's taking place at the Senate. As a matter of fact, the witness
You pointed the
specifically
gate.
testified to the name, I believe, Trump. Okay. And MAGA.
Here's what I'll do. I will let you ask the question, and I will let Ms. Eckert decide how she responds to it. If she wants to say what her political view is, that's okay. If she doesn't, I'm not going to compel her to do that.
But understood, Your Honor. And I'm not asking her
He's
political
an
view.
asshole. Yeah.
What I'm asking is
Yeah,
if,
you're right. This lawyer is a total
she
asshole.
supports Donald Trump.
What the fuck?
Are you asking me?
Yes,
He's not my cup of tea.
he's not your cup of tea. Okay. And so is
She
it
was
your
wo- she
belief
was
that
like
that
working
it's-
in her
that
head?
it's
What's
President
my
Trump who
snappy?
is spreading these broad-based, unfounded conspiracy theories?
All I can tell you is about the people who came to my door
Thank you.
and what they said.
Yes.
All right.
And what they argued.
Yes.
And how that made me feel.
Yes.
All right. And did you believe they were working on behalf of or for or in support of any way President Trump?
I knew and eventually discovered who they were working with and for.
So you knew who they were working with?
Not at the time, but later I discovered my neighbor found out who had organized them
What does
and who had
support
sent them into my neighborhood.
Good
Mhm.
point.
Okay.
What does it mean?
And so
Excellent.
might your
excellent point.
visceral reaction have been with respect to cleaning voter rolls?
Yeah, his original
That you
question was
believe that
different.
they were pro-Trump individuals and that Trump's not your cup of tea?
Yeah.
It
true.
never came up. It was not, it was,
I know,
nothing
total
came up
clown.
about Trump at the door.
All right.
What came up primarily was the dead voters and then some other
Conspiracies, yeah, which are all
stealing
related
the
to
election
Trump.
kind of
And I can draw you
rhetoric.
the line if you
I
want
don't
me to
even
draw
know
the
whether
line.
it was specific. I don't remember
I have
the
a map
specifics.
somewhere.
Thank you,
Somewhere I
and
have
Your
a
Honor,
map.
thank you for the latitude.
I don't know.
I have no further questions.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
you don't
Anything
have
else?
any further questions, you
Just a
clown
couple
ass.
Ms. Eckerd, you testified earlier about the suggestion of dead voters,
Wasn't her fault
a
they
dead
were
boat coming
assholes.
from your home.
Good one,
Right.
Cal.
How did that make you feel?
Awful. It was frightening. It made me think that I was being accused and that I was being watched. That they had all this information about me, that they were willing to confront me with that and to ask those questions. It was very disconcerting.
Was that what concerned you about this interaction?
That I was being watched.
No, the suggestion.
The suggestion that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in part. I mean, there was the finger pointing and the loud voice. But yes, in part, it was that there seemed to be an accusation that something was going on and that Bob and I were not the only ones living there.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Eckerd. I have no further questions.
Now you can stand down.
Or if they
and
do,
you're
I
free
hope
to
they
go.
vote
Thank you very
blue.
much for being here today.
Get the zombie vote. I want the zombie vote.
Let's go ahead and
Yes,
get
they
started
did.
with the
They
next
did it
witness. We
in
may
Georgia.
not finish before the break.
They
but
did it in
let's go ahead.
Florida.
We'd like to call
They did
Christy
it in a few.
Passarelli.
Quite a few. Crazy. Yeah, I know they did it in Georgia. I know they did it in Florida. I think they did it in Colorado. I think they did it. I'm pretty sure they did it in Wisconsin.
Ma'am, come on up here.
And Pennsylvania. I know. I kind of wish that she would have refused to answer it
Before
too.
you sit down, we'll get you sworn in.
Please state and spell your first name.
It's like we have to think about the
STI
the fox.
Passarelli PASSARELLI.
Who is
Do you
this?
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the
You need to be in the mic, sweetie. You need to be in the mic.
Good morning, Ms. Passarelli. How are you today?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
Good. Thank you so much for being here. Please state your full name again for the record.
Christy Passarelli.
Where are you currently employed?
I am the city clerk for the city of Surprise
Where were you working before that?
at the Maricopa County Elections Department.
What was the last position that you held there?
I was the Assistant Director of Election Services and Tabulation.
Could you describe your duties in that role?
Sure, I oversaw all things related to the ballot. So from creation to tabulation, our logic and accuracy testing. On the election services side, it was the beginning, which was candidates and campaign finance.
Yeah.
What were
you know,
some
and
of
I
the
know,
other
that is
positions that
true.
you've held there?
I used to work in some. I had some
I was
programs
assistant
that
director
happened
in general
Phoenix.
previous
So I
to
spent
that.
some time in Phoenix.
And oversaw
And it
our
was
warehouse,
oddly,
our
like
polling
LA,
site
like oddly right wing.
locations,
Like more of LA
our
is right wing
training,
than I think it is.
several
or
different
thought it was.
departments within the elections field.
And in total, how many years have you worked in elections for Maricopa County?
In June, it was 31.
Let me just break in with, I think I know the answer to this, but let me just ask anyway. You worked for the, you didn't work for the recorder, correct?
I was the elections department as a whole. So when I first started, it was under the umbrella of the recorder's office.
Oh, when did that change?
I hope I get this right. I believe it was 2019. We had a different scope that came about. So co-directors, it was the elections department.
What would, during the 2020 election, how was it set up?
We had the co-directorship under the recorder and the board of supervisors.
So when you say co-director, meaning you had a counterpart that reported directly to the recorder?
Well, I was an assistant director, but there are 2 directors above me. And one was reported to the recorder.
And the other reported to the Board of Elections.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So to clarify, did you report to both
Can we
the
get a
recorder
canvas
and the
together?
Board of Supervisors?
I did.
In your
a great
experience
idea.
working in elections for
I believe
over
in
30
Bigfoot.
years, could you describe how
Am I a
people's
wacko?
conduct towards
I might be.
elections has changed
I
over
believe
time?
in Bigfoot. And by the way,
I
love
would just
Bigfoot
say that
movies.
it's a lot
I'm telling you right now.
different, maybe
Bigfoot
in the
horror
past
movies are among
10
my
years.
favorite.
And more recently,
Creek.
it's just
Watch
become,
Willow Creek. It's on
I would
Prime.
say, a negative interpretation of
No, I
elections
haven't
and
seen him.
a bit more
I've just
hostile.
seen his movies.
Could you give some examples of the ways that
But I'm not offended
has
being
changed?
called a wacko. I'm not offended.
I think that probably there's just ways of when you have an election, you get
we all know I'm
to the end, like
particularly
the Super Bowl,
gullible.
you have your election day, and
I
then
think
it's
I've proven that point.
kind of
haven't
over,
I?
and take everything down and
I'm quite gullible.
shake hands and say good game and move on. But I feel as though that hasn't happened in recent history.
Thank you, Ms. Passarelli. I'd like to pivot a bit. Are you familiar with We the People Arizona Alliance's website?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, what is on their website?
There's different things, but I know that there are
nonsense.
videos specifically related to a page titled Election Fraud.
And did you see anything relevant to you on their website?
Yes, all of the videos have pictures of myself and my staff doing our job.
Can you describe what you saw in a particular video?
It's different aspects of the preparation for the audit that occurred as a result. The Senate subpoenaed our election equipment, and we were preparing the equipment to be taken to the Senate as required. And most of the videos are during that time. It's preparing our election server and all of the equipment that goes with that so that we could turn it over to the Senate.
Did you see a video with perhaps with your picture on it?
Yes, there are multiple.
Multiple. Was there any suggestion about your activities in the elections department?
There are different captions. I don't remember them all, but there's several that are accusing us of committing fraud and deleting the election results from the server.
What do you think was the purpose of those videos?
I don't know what the purpose would be.
Speculation. Well, she said she didn't know, so the answer can stand.
Okay. Following these types of accusations, you mentioned there was an accusation of deleting information. Were you the target of harassment and threats?
Yes.
When did that begin?
My timing might be a little bit off, but it was all started around the time of preparing the equipment for the audit and continued. It would die down and then it would come back.
Was that in 2021?
2021 and 2022 as well.
If you recall, could you give us some specific examples of the threats that you received?
Sure, I had lots of different ways that my picture was being circulated around social media with several captions highlighting the word treason, several nasty phone calls and voicemails, emails, Facebook messages, any way that someone could find a way to contact me, they did.
How did you feel about these threats?
I haven't ever talked about it before, so it's a little ripe for me right now, but it's unnerving, scary, depending on the type of call or voicemail that I received. But it's definitely the the most stressful part of doing my job.
Thank you, Ms. Pastorelli. Did you leave your position with Maricopa County Elections as a result of the harassment and threats that you experienced?
It was definitely an option that I considered when I decided to move.
Now, without giving me any names, are you aware of other individuals who worked in Maricopa County Elections that left as a result of this type of threats and harassment?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your experiences in elections for over 30 years, do you think that in this current election climate, voters could be harassed the same way that you were?
Yes.
Why is that?
I think if there's contact information for any voter and the perception is that they didn't vote the way someone wanted them to, that they're subject to harassment.
Thank you, Ms. Pastorelli. I have no further questions.
Oh, boy.
Well, I'll interject my question now so both sides can follow up. Was your personal contact information distributed on the internet?
I don't know if my personal cell phone number was, but I know that they were able to get to me through Facebook and through social media, but I did not get a harassment call on my personal phone.
When you said you got harassing phone calls and voicemails, were those on your professional office line at the recorder?
The voicemails were on both my cell phone and my office phone, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Spin. How are you? Here's the thing, though. Also, I think Ruby and Shay should get first.
Cross Tim.
They should get his condo in New York.
Good morning,
so
Ms.
they can do whatever
Pastorelli.
they want with it.
You recently,
But,
was it?
I'm just saying.
You know what? I apologize, Mr. Blem. It's 25 after
Oh, it's 25 after. It's time for a
10.
break.
So rather than have you get started and then cut you off after a minute or two, let's just take a 15-minute recess right now and then come back and you can do your examination.
We're gonna do a recess. Do a recess. Do a recess. We're gonna do a recess. Yeah. So what does that mean? 10:40, 1:40 on the East Coast. 10:40. What? Well, what? Wait, what? Yeah, get the condo first. That's the first thing. Get the condo. And then let them do what they need to do with it. Oh, okay. So they're really like going away. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, get the condo. Give them the condo first. Let them sell it, or I don't care. They can do whatever they want with it. But let them have the condo first. Let's see what's on. Oh, actually, I'm gonna look at Twitter and see what's going on Twitter. Twitter. So again, programming note. I have a space tonight with the one and only Patrick Berge. At I2 Alpha is his Twitter handle if you want to check out his posts. So we'll be talking about drones and apparently Taylor Swift and all kinds of stuff. So tune in for that at 6 o'clock tonight on Twitter Spaces. That's Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, in between outside. And then tomorrow morning, and I don't know what time yet, but I'll be hosting a space with David Weissman, who I wanted to hear his story about leaving the Republican Party and hear more about that. So I'll let you know. I mean, I'll post the space today so that it'll be up for tomorrow, but it should be sometime in the morning, quote unquote. So look for that. For that reason, I may not do a midweek trash heap, but it depends. I don't know what's happening with Fulton County. If there's any, God, I look really like, bleh. If there's any, you know why? Because Gal Suburban kept me up late on the phone and J Rants. Okay, this is why. This is Gal Suburban and this is J Rants. That's what I named my eye bags. Okay. Okay. Gal Suburban, J Rants. They're responsible for this nonsense. Like, I need a facelift. How do you do that? Like, where do you lift? There? Anyway, the point is, oh yeah. And let's see. The point is, what was the point? Fuck. His lawyer is suing him. Wait. Oh, yeah. Rudy's lawyer is suing him. You don't need a thing. Thanks. I appreciate that. But what was I gonna say? Dang it. Oh, depending on what's happening with Fulton County, because if they are fucking around this week, I want cucumbers. That's what I was actually. Yeah, cucumbers. What was I going to say? Oh, so I may not have a show Wednesday, but I don't know. Okay, you just never know. And I don't know. I'm trying to think about, well, first of all, I am still in the midst of a little bit of a dip in the old emotional chemicals. But so I'm really trying to hold it together. Like, I spent this entire weekend trying to hold it together and just like muddle through. Yeah. Anyway, but the other point is that what was the other point? It was oh yeah. No, I mean, I just tried to avoid any triggers and stuff like that. And then the triggers kind of came in at the, end of the weekend kind of thing, with people just being shitheads, but whatever, par for the course. At least you're being talked about. Even bad press is good press. Do you see the cat? I hope you, I don't think you can almost see the cat. Sam's taking a nap. I don't know where Gus is. I think he's under the bed. He likes to lay under the bed. But anyway, so yeah. So yeah, Wednesday. But I have to think about, like, because I get really anxious before my evening shows for some reason. Like, I'm noticing a pattern that I get super, super fucking weird. Oh, I am going to talk about that, Tom. Thank you. But I just, yeah, that is kind of like, I don't know. I get really, Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. Wait a minute. I think Spotman, aren't we trying to have something on Wednesday with David and Stringwall? Is that what I'm remembering? Because I'm down to do it. But just let me know a time. That's all I need is a time, actually. So that's a possibility. We do it on YouTube. David, yes. And yes, apparently, and I follow Justine Bateman because she tells it like it is when it comes to the strike. And she kind of calls out the bullshit. So I'm a fan of Justine Bateman. Shout out Justine. And she is the one who tweeted that they have a tentative agreement. And when she said it, I'm like, okay, I believe it. But yeah, apparently they do. I don't know what the details are. But I would love to hear the details and make sure. It would be great if that strike was over, frankly. It would be great. There's a lot of people that are hurting that have been out of work for a while. And you don't make that much when you work on set or when you work on a production or post. You don't make that much. And it's definitely not glamorous. I used to think it was so glamorous. And then I watched my kid go to overnight shoots, that in the middle of a storm, at the top of a building in San Francisco when it's raining or, whatever. So it's like the least, and then working until, the middle of the day. I mean, it was just the schedules in the industry are so, they do eat well. Max, not going to lie. Crafty is always like, you do eat well. But it's exhausting. I mean, I just, what I have seen is been like on the exhausting scale. Now, granted, it's a dream of a lifetime. for her. And so she is grateful for every second in this industry. But the observation that I have is that it's just like, rah. Yeah, and turnaround is insane. And you really can't take days off, first of all. Days off don't exist. They just don't. But, because you're on a production for a limited amount of time. And then you're always like thinking about what's the next gig that you have to get. It's really kind of insane. And I haven't seen her stop working since 2021. So she hasn't turned anything down. Well, no, that's not true. She has turned things down, but only when they conflict. So it's anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not here to like make excuses for entertainment industry people. I'm really not. I'm just making an observation and showing and sharing what my observations have been. However, for that reason, I would be really delighted that if the strike was over and people could get back to work. Because I know Resorts International on Wednesday. That's right. On Wednesday. Okay. We just have to spot man. Just let me know what time. I don't care what time. I will do it, whatever. Let me know. I think I have an appointment on Wednesday morning, but let me check on that. I can move that too. Always calculating how a new gig must, yep. Right. And the other piece too is that you're always negotiating, right? Every job is a new negotiation and, a discussion of title and all that kind of stuff. So it's interesting. And there's a ton of misogyny. Yeah. There's a ton of really, really bad behavior on productions still. So, yeah, ways to go. But grateful for every day, grateful for everything, grateful that we saved a little bit of, rent money so that we could make it through whatever is coming our way. And it's just really, again, it's a dream come true. This child told me when she was 10 years old that she wanted to go to a specific film school. And she was very specific to the point where I had to ask, what is that? And then I Googled it and I found out what it was. And that 10-year-old ended up getting admitted to that university and that film school. And she thrived and has pretty much worked ever since. But, granted, with breaks for COVID, that was a rough year, but year plus. But nonetheless, we're so grateful. We're so grateful. Yeah. Cal Arts, no, not Cal Arts. That's a great school, though. Great school. No, she's more of a New York gal. But and then worked on a lot of independent films. Is an amazing cinematographer of her own right, and now is willing to do whatever it takes just to be on in the production world. So that's she's not she's a hard worker. So I love her very much. She's in her mid-20s. She's young. I got a call from her high school counselor when she was a junior. I think it was October. Yeah, it was October or September of her junior year. And I got a call from her counselor and I thought, oh my God, what's going on? Because she was never in trouble. And they said, I have your daughter here and she wants to graduate early. And I'm like, what? Why? Anyway, so she did. And she just never stopped going. And she's got an amazing work ethic, which I'm really proud of. I'm really proud that she takes her work so seriously. Thank you, old astronomer. Yeah, I'm really proud of her. She's a good person. She's also just a very sweet person, Like, so that's like something that I think is really important, is to be kind. And she's a very kind person. And she's very protective of her mother, obviously. But anyway, but I digress. Let's go back. Are they back yet? Bitches, are you back? No, they're not back. Oh, wait, it's not 10. Oh, it's almost 10:40 though. Oh my God, I filled 15 minutes with just me talking. How in the world did I do that? Oh my God. What a chatty Kathy. Yeah, no, I love her. That kid has saved my life more than once. And I will be forever in her debt. So it's good. There are good people in this world. There's not many. There's not a lot of good people. And there's certainly not a lot of good people on Twitter. Yeah, it can be brutal. It can definitely be brutal. But, you know, that's the gig. That's the gig. That's the gig. Da, 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 da. Really? Oh my God. Your music teacher is a documentarian whose work has appeared on PBS. Maybe she and, yes, she and Bobo should connect. Absolutely. What a great, oh, love it. Twitter is horrible. Shitter is horrible. Shitter is horrible. Yeah, I don't know. But, you know, there are bright spots. It's all going to be okay. I know it's all going to be okay. That's kind of why I shut down over the weekend, because I do know it's going to be okay, but I also know that I'm not in a place to like be okay online. So that's why I was like, I can't. I can't. Which is terrible, because at the end of the day, I really do feel like I owe a lot to you guys, and gals and he, she's, and theys. I owe a lot to you, for supporting and always being there. And so I do feel really, I feel guilty when I don't go on. I feel bad. And I'm not telling you that to evoke anything. I'm just stating that it does. I do think about like the fact that it might be fun. She is. Oh my God. Really? If there's any way we can connect, Max, I'll send her an email. I'll send her an email and give her I think I've already given her some of my information, but I'll send her an email and give her my other information, and then she can decide if she wants to reach out. I certainly understand. If you're traveling too, sometimes reaching out is like the last thing you want to do. So I totally get it. No, I have no worries about that, but it would be great. It would be great to meet. I owe her a lot of recording for us even to get started. So the ball is firmly in my court. I got balls in my court. I got balls in my court. Let's see, what else? So anyway, yeah, so that it just comes down to two. I get really anxious before the lounge, which is stupid, because once the lounge starts, I'm like so happy and so like engaged in it. But I'll tell you, man, that ramp up, if anything triggers me, I get really fucked up. And this weekend I just got seriously fucked up. But fucked up in the sense of, you know, like I knew I just like was not in an emotional place to go on. We can all mourn the loss of civility in American culture. Preach, gal. We can all mourn the loss of civility in American culture because of weaponized information and malign influencers normalizing hate. Then back to work, making it better for the future. That's right. This right here, right now, right here, right here, right now, right here, right now. Do. Yeah. And again, I mean, all of this to say, I know it's all going to be okay. And I know I'm going to get through my shit. Hopefully everyone is going to get through their shit. Hopefully my haters decide that maybe they do have something better to do. Or maybe not, and they keep boosting me. Thank you. Anyway. Wait, are we back? We're coming back. We're coming back. Ah! Are we back? No. Do 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 do. Boost away. Twitter is terrible. I can't wait for shitter to just fall apart. Now I will say I got a Blue Sky invite, so I took it. It was very kind. Thank you. Wait, what? Yawning. Oh, I'm going to be honest with you, Adriana. I personally don't have good experiences with edibles. I don't know why. Is this like I have the sound on? Oh, they're muted. Okay, I get it. Hi. You're muted. You're muted. Hello. 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 Hello, Court. Hello, Court. Hi, Court. You're muted. Hi, courtroom. We can't hear any of this. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, fine. Fucking hell. Hold on. I mean, it's the courtroom, I think. It's not. Yikes. Yoicks. Yoicks. Yoicks, moikes. Wait, here we go. Let me see if this is.
Member of the public or someone.
Jesus Christ. Are you fucking kidding me?
Does a public records request.
This is. It's not muted on another fucking channel.
Correct.
If it's part of your voter file, yes. If it's part of your voter file, yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to this line of questioning. This has nothing to do with what she testified on direct.
I'm so sorry.
If that's the objection scope, I'll allow a bit of latitude.
And so,
Okay.
and that would
Now
be
they're back.
the same with you're familiar with the early ballot affidavit envelope, correct?
Yes,
They don't contain phone numbers?
they do contain a phone number if the voter provides it.
If the voter provides one, correct?
Yes,
They're not obligated to.
correct.
Okay. But if it's the same as it's in their VM34 file, then any citizen can get it, correct?
Fucking rumble.
Can get the envelope.
Can get the VM34 and the phone numbers for voters.
The public record voter data file, yes.
Hold on, let's define some terms here. Mr. Blem is using the term VM34. You're saying that's not the file that would be a public record. Could you clarify for me?
That's correct. There's a public records request file and it is not the VM34.
Okay.
You mean
I'm confused.
when you say a public records request file, what do you mean exactly?
It's the file that does not contain data that is not public record under the law.
And what is that file? What is in that file?
It'd be racking my memory. Hopefully I get them correctly. I'm not the voter registration specialist, so it would be name, address, phone number, but not anything else that's not required under the public record statute.
Party affiliation?
Party affiliation, yes, but not date of birth or social security or any of that protected information.
Oh, okay. And when you say if the phone number is there, why do you say if? Is that not?
It's not a required piece to register to vote. You don't have to provide your phone number.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And with respect to the VM34, is the voter's date of birth in that file?
The year of birth is in that file, I believe. Again, not the voter registration specialist, so I don't
All right.
know all the data.
You don't really know.
Look at
But in the
look at
VM
Wendy
34, your date
Rogers'
of birth is
face.
in that file?
I believe so, yes.
And
This
are
is
you
Wendy
aware
Rogers.
that
Wait, I'm gonna
Recorder
do Wendy
Richard
Rogers. Here
testified
we go.
that the VM 34 is publicly available to anybody?
I
They got to do a
do not,
records request?
I
Wait,
don't know
I'm
of
gonna
any
turn my
other
head the same way
testimony.
she has hers.
Okay. All right. Very good. And so if
I'm Wendy Rogers.
if all that information is publicly available, then is there any additional information that you're aware of on the ballot affidavit
your
envelope aside from the signature that
Come on.
a regular citizen can't get?
Repeat that for me, please.
How much familiarity do you have with the ballot
Smoothing her
affidavit
beard.
envelopes?
I'm familiar.
Okay, so you used to work in that area?
Yes.
How long ago?
It's part of the elections department, so even in recent years.
Okay. And I understand it's part of the elections department, but your testimony was 2019. You sort of go to this dual system, correct?
Correct.
You have the statutory responsibilities of the recorder divided from the statutory responsibilities of the Board of Supervisors, correct?
Correct.
And your responsibilities lie with the Board of Supervisors from 2019 on, correct?
I reported to both
Whoa,
the
she said that.
directors, so
Did you ever do any work preparing data files to send to a company called Runback?
no, I did not prepare data files.
You didn't do that. Did you ever have any conversations about
trying to
what data to
Samson
send to
that guy?
Runback so
Trying to
that it
Samson
could
him?
mail ballot affidavit envelopes to voters?
Yes.
Delilah.
Okay, and what data
Spinnaker.
was that?
I think I've already ruled that that's not relevant.
Well, I thought you ruled by witness's testimony was
Yeah, it's not relevant when the other witness is going to testify to it. It's not relevant when she testifies to it. It's exactly the same.
Okay, well, I apologize, Your Honor. And the reason I'm asking, Your Honor, is that,
You're trying to
you know,
now
Your
testify?
Honor
Okay. He already
made-
said what he said.
made the statement when it was objecting to my, or was denying my witnesses that, you know, most of these ballot affidavit envelopes have phone numbers on them, which are protected. And so, you know, this line of testimony gets, you know, to what information this third party company has that my client would get access to.
The
Your
ruling
Honor.
stands.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bitch.
All right, and so the telephone number then, if a voter is provided it, the public can get, correct?
Correct.
Along with their address, their voter registration, party
Getting
affiliation,
really high.
that stuff.
Correct.
All right, their full name.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's not something one group like We the People that you're aware of is out there providing people illegally or anything like that?
Yes. He is a shithead.
I don't know anything about them.
All right. And you specifically testified with regards to We the People and videos. You've seen their videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is the video
she's mad.
that depicts you, do you know if that video was ever submitted to the Attorney General of the state of Arizona?
I don't know.
You don't recall? Does that video depict you allowing somebody with unauthorized access to access the server?
It does not.
Does not? Okay. And that would be, you know, for, I guess, somebody else to decide, not
Oh,
me,
really?
but does the video depict you going into the server room with
Yeah,
another?
Okay, fucking stop.
Catapulting
Fucking stop.
the falsehoods.
Your Honor, I'm not.
You are
I'm not,
catapulting,
I'm
you
not trying
bitch.
to catapult.
Stop it.
Okay, Your Honor. She raised the issue of videos, and so
Stop it.
Ms. Passarelli, the We the People videos that they put online, do they blur individuals' faces out?
Oh my fucking God.
No. Okay. She's just specifically answered a question, no, Your Honor. And I can go on YouTube and look at We the People videos right now and show blurred.
What your question
Whoa.
was something to the effect of,
Did you engage
Were you deleting
in
data or
fraudulent? Yeah,
something?
exactly. Fuck you, you stupid bitch.
On.
Your Honor, my question was, when We the People puts out videos, do they blur faces?
Don't even play.
She just answered that one. I
Stop
allowed that one.
fucking
And
All right. Well, and she said no, Your Honor, and so, you know.
So next question.
Okay. Is your face blurred in any of the We the People videos?
Not the ones I've seen,
Okay. How many have you seen?
just the ones that are on their website. And I know there was some that were circulating a few years ago on social media.
Okay. How many of them are on their website, specifically of
Who
you?
cares?
Trying to recall, 3 or 4.
Okay, so it's your testimony there are 3 or 4 videos of you on We the People website in which your face is not blurred.
Correct.
She has
Okay,
seen
do
it.
those videos say who you are?
Yes.
Okay. Do they give your private contact information?
No.
Okay. Where did We the People get these videos?
I don't know if it was part of a public records request. I'm assuming so.
Are there video cameras at
Look
MC
at
Tech?
her. Oh my God,
Yes.
Wendy Rogers.
Okay,
is like,
why?
We're required by statute to put live stream videos for tabulation.
Okay, you're
We do.
required by statute to have video at MC Tech, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Who has access to that video?
I don't know.
It's publicly available on our website.
It's publicly available to anybody in the world,
Look at
Yes.
Wendy.
and
God,
all
you
they have to do
fucking
is log into
psycho.
your website.
Correct.
All right.
Wendy, you
And
psycho
so people don't
bitch.
even need a public records request to get access to video depicting you or others working
Yeah, but they
in
don't have the right
Maricopa
to
County.
intimate that she
Technical Center.
engaged in
Correct.
fraudulent,
It's
illegal
live
activity.
video, so
Bitch.
I don't know if they had recorded video or not.
Okay. All right.
This poor woman. I'm so sorry to all of the
With
election
respect-
workers across the country. I'm so sorry. We have
With
the media
respect
has
to
let
these
them down. I'm sorry.
threats that have made against you,
The media has let down
Do
election
you-
workers across the country.
really quick, let me go back. All of the videos you have seen
Oh my God,
depicted
I'm
of you
shaking. I'm so
are
angry.
all of those videos, you know, if I were to log on to Maricopa County website right now and go to the MC Tech video feed website, are all the videos you're depicted in from inside MC Tech?
The videos that are on the website are from MCTech. Yes.
Okay, every one of them.
Yes.
Okay, so every one of these is a public video, is that correct?
It's a video. I don't know how they were received.
Okay,
Yeah,
but they're
they
all
identified her by
public,
name.
correct?
The live stream is public. Yes.
Okay.
It
And
is
so is your
so
testimony that these videos are about election fraud?
No, that's the highlighted title on that page.
Okay.
Bitch.
And did you ever have any discussions with the Attorney General Brnovich about deleted files from the MC Tech server?
No.
No. Okay.
So annoying. Hi, Siegfried. Welcome back.
And so it's your testimony that there was no harassment until the audit?
I can't recall the first time that my picture was circulated, but it was around that time, shortly after 2020.
Shortly after 2020?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when the audit was?
2021.
2021. Okay, so what was
That's what she
taking
said,
place
after
then,
2020.
you know, might have been before the audit.
It is like the bad
It was in
sequel.
2020,
It's
is
like
that correct?
Walmart Lebowski.
The harassment?
It's Walmart Lebowski.
I'm not sure what your question is.
Your face being circulated.
It was all around the same time, yes.
These people. Oh. Did you see that Joe is planning on making medical?
Then do you have any of
marijuana
these
party
Facebook
credit?
messages?
Oh my gosh, that's amazing! I did
I
not
don't
see
have
that.
them.
I'll
I
have
gave them
find
to
that.
our security folks at that time.
Okay, so Maricopa County would have those, correct?
The sheriff's department and ACTIC have them. I don't know if that Maricopa County has them.
So those could have been brought to this court
We have to
today. Is that
eliminate
correct?
credit
If somebody
reporting
has them.
agencies, too. I'm sick of them.
I guess
They're
I
dumb.
could. I don't know.
Okay. So you still have them.
I don't know if they're still accessible through the Facebook Messenger application where they were received.
All right. And phone calls. I believe you testified you'd never received any threatening phone calls on your cell phone.
No, I did.
Okay. But you didn't receive any personally. They were all voicemails. Is that correct?
No, I had phone calls and voicemails on my work phone, not on my personal phone.
All right. Do you have any of those that were left as messages?
I gave those to the security folks as well. So
Yeah, he is on a roll, Butterflies. So
Now,
great.
really quickly, with
Joe and
respect to the
Kamala
phone
doing
calls,
big things every
did we the
day.
people put out any of your personal
Undeterred.
information?
I don't think so.
Okay, you didn't see any evidence of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And so you currently work for, I believe, is it Surprise now? Is it city manager or something like that?
I am the city clerk for the city of Surprise.
Okay, the city clerk. Okay. And I believe I saw a newspaper article about what was your salary when you left Maricopa County Elections Department?
120.
120. Okay. And so now your salary for Surprise is it consistent?
Your Honor, I object.
Yeah,
This
what
is
the
not
fuck is the
relevant
relevance of that?
to the issues before this court.
She testified, Your Honor, that she, one of the reasons she left was the threats and the intimidation and the violence that's going on in our society today. And maybe there are other motivations.
Yes, Gal.
Did you get a raise?
Yes, I did.
How much?
Okay, but that's too much information.
Then might be highly relevant to her motivation to leave.
I'll assume it was a good raise.
You've got a pretty substantial increase in your responsibility too, correct? Managerial responsibility.
It's similar.
It's similar. Well, what was the title when you left Maricopa County Elections Department?
Assistant director.
The assistant director, or was it co-assistant director
No, I was an assistant director.
of the entire elections department?
I'm one of four.
One of four. Okay. The four, is that related to the division of responsibilities between MC or the board of supervisors and the recorder?
Yes.
All right. And so you were the assistant director, elections director under Scott Jarrett, correct?
I reported to both Scott and to Ray.
Okay. But you're in
I'm sorry, Ray.
Ray Valenzuela. He's the other co-director.
immediate chain of command was Scott Jarrett on that side of the fence, correct?
For tabulation.
Okay. And so that's quite a step up, isn't it, from co-assistant election director to recorder for the city of Surprise?
Women get promoted.
City clerk is a election officer, and it's very similar to a director position. Yes.
Understood. But you're running the recorder's office, correct?
It's not a recorder's office.
Oh, okay.
It's the city's office.
Okay, it's the city's office. Okay. All right.
That's right. They don't. They care about.
You testified that, if what my client is seeking in the terms of public records,
all of that. Why is it on Rumble?
Is public, and that somebody has a perception that somebody did not provide the right or vote the right way, that could lead to threats and intimidation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that nobody can tell my client or anybody else who voted for whom except for the individual who cast the ballot, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you're aware that my client is not here today seeking access to information that would divulge to anyone who voted for who?
I I would hope not.
We have a secret ballot in this country. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that applies to Maricopa County, correct?
Bitch, you're walking a
And so
fine fucking line. You better watch for
access
lightning.
then to the ballot affidavit envelope doesn't provide anybody any information, does it, about how or who someone voted for?
Girl.
Not a vote, but it has the party affiliation.
Okay, so are you saying the absentee ballot return envelopes contain party affiliation?
The affidavit envelope, yes.
It states party affiliation on the outside of the envelope?
God.
Isn't that just for primaries?
Yes. It
Okay,
is stated
so-
by party in the primary, yes.
And so the return envelope that my client is seeking, is it your testimony as you
let
sit
me
here
find it. I
today,
can't
being
remember it.
an elections expert
It's
with
not
30-some
Lebowski.
years election history with Maricopa County, that the outside of the ballot affidavit envelope for general elections, including the 2022 general election, contains party affiliation?
No, it does not have a party affiliation.
Okay, thank you very much. And so if I look at the outside of that envelope, in and of itself, I can't tell a person's individual vote, can I? Or how they may have voted.
No.
I would have to know more, wouldn't I?
You'd have to canvass.
Could I
and
tell
ask
that
them.
if I got a copy of that VM34 or the other public document we were talking about?
No.
No, that you don't give up, that doesn't include party affiliation?
Party, yes, but you cannot tell someone's vote.
Understood that, but I could infer how they voted, correct?
Correct.
Which I cannot do if I look at the outside of a ballot affidavit envelope, correct?
Correct.
Unless it's, yes, even in a primary though, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, because the return envelopes in a primary do not, or do they, contain party affiliation?
Is his name Lesota?
In a primary, they have a
LASOTA?
party code.
Okay, and that's
His name was
so
Soda?
you can properly sort them and put them in the right pile?
That might not be the right one.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, why would you
Timothy
include party
Lesota?
affiliation on a primary return envelope?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Okay, you testified that the return ballot affidavit envelope that's signed by the voter in a primary has party affiliation.
I believe that it does.
You believe it does?
Too many
Why?
letters.
Primary.
Why? What's the purpose of that?
It's the ballot style that goes in the envelope.
Okay. Well, there are tens of thousands of ballot styles in these envelopes, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, why would you need to know party affiliation ballot style?
It's part of the checking that you do when you're on a processing board, which is under the recorder and not my expertise.
Okay, so you don't know then, fair to say,
That I don't know what.
whether or not they have party affiliation on the ballot affidavit envelope for primary?
I said that I believe they did.
You believe they did, but then you just said it's not your expertise.
I not oversee that department.
Okay.
You don't name them ever? Do they never name them?
Have you ever had any incidents, of threats or violence, which, aside from when you were turning stuff over to the Maricopa County Elections Department, since you left Maricopa County, any threats of violence or any other incidents in which you had to engage law enforcement?
No.
No. Okay. And so when was your last threat or incident?
It was around the primary
Okay, wait.
election for
Jesse
2022.
Kilgore,
Was the last
Joseph
week long.
Cole, Pull, and Andrew Parker.
So back prior to the primary.
No, wait. Oops, that's the
Yeah,
wrong
things
one.
resurfaced.
Sorry, wrong ones.
But I don't know how long they were circulating.
Yeah.
The pictures had resurfaced and the captions had resurfaced for a short amount of time.
Right. And so nothing prior to the general?
I believe it was between the primary and the general.
weird.
So during that time period, yes.
Okay, so it's been a while then.
Yes.
They
All right.
name them.
And no physical harm or anything like that?
No.
No. Do you know if other individuals get threats violence, people maybe on the other side?
Oh, Kurt Olson. Yeah. Kurt Olson.
I don't know what you
It's
mean
not
by
Kurt
the other
Olson,
side.
no?
Well, I guess you have elections
Why can't I
directors
remember?
or election staff, and then you have people,
Maybe he's
you
not
know, who are
Carrie
doing
Lake's
public
lawyer.
records
Oh,
requests
he's We the
because they,
People's lawyer,
you know,
isn't
want
he?
to check into issues like
Okay. Hold on.
election integrity. Do you know if they get threats?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. All right. Well, then, I believe let's see here.
Let's see. I've got nothing. Thank you very much. Dare. Oh man.
Do you guys
I see their. Oh,
protect any
okay.
individualized voter information from disclosure when you disclose documents?
Yes, if a voter is address protected, their information is not released.
Oh, okay. And so there's been testimony before this court about fears of, you know, an ex-husband going and getting the private information for their wife in a domestic violence situation and using that information to cause them harm. And so you protect that information, isn't that correct?
If the person is registered under that provision, then they're protected, yes.
Okay. And so Arizona has laws to protect the privacy of their address and telephone number, correct?
Yes, their record is protected.
All right. And that applies to all of their pertinent government records, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. Then, yeah, I think I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Could you just talk a little bit about the address protection?
So
And specifically as it deals with domestic violence?
I'm sure that's a provision under the recorder, so forgive me, that's not my expertise, but there is a provision in law that allows for someone to ask for protection under the court. And so it is by court order that that person's information is protected.
And the person has to initiate that by filing a petition?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
don't see the DM spot, man. Is it in shitter? Is it my shitter DMs?
Lake's counsel suggested that you can infer the way that a person voted by their record. Do you know whether Republicans always vote Republican?
No.
What about Democrats?
No.
Okay.
That's
Lake's
Brian
counsel also
Blem.
suggested that the videos of you on We the People Arizona Alliance's website are simply just public
Blem.
videos that are
Blemish.
streamed. Is that the case?
I don't believe so, no. The videos that are available are live streamed. So those videos were obtained
Thank
and
you.
recorded.
Thank you.
Are those videos coupled with accusations as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Loyal viewer.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. You can step down. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for being here today. Well, that was less painful than, well, I mean, it was painful.
All right. Anything else?
Your Honor, we have no further witnesses. We would like to make a closing argument if it pleases the court.
Yes, I would like to hear that. Is there anything we need to take up before we do that?
Well, all my witnesses have been struck in exhibits, Your Honor, so I guess whenever we're ready to do closing arguments.
All right, we'll go ahead. And in keeping with the way we've been arranging this, since you all have acknowledged that you have the burden of proof, we'll let y'all go first.
Is that right? Yeah. Right? Right?
Are you going to be using the screen?
I will not, Your Honor.
Okay.
I will not, Your Honor.
I want to begin my argument with the summation of why the early ballot affidavit envelopes signatures are made confidential by ARS 16168F. And then I want to summarize why it's in the best interest of the state to protect those records from public disclosure. And now this court could rule for the county under either of those theories, but I will ask the court to rule that these signatures are protected by ARS 16168F. And as I will explain shortly, that ruling goes far beyond just the public records issue before this court today. And it's important for the future of election administration in Arizona. Or stated differently, a ruling by this court that ARS 16168F does not apply would mean that the early ballot affidavits with their signatures are not part of the voter registration record, which ARS 16168F makes confidential. And if they're not part of the voter registration record, they cannot be used for future signature verification under, yes, Your Honor.
Let me push back on that. Does voter registration record under 16168F necessarily mean the same as what it as under 16550?
Your Honor, the answer to your question is complicated, and I'm not trying to dodge it or play the lawyer with you.
No, it is.
Oh, aren't you, though,
I think
girl?
I agree with that.
Okay.
You, girl.
It honestly depends on the
Got it, gal.
ultimate
Got
court
it.
ruling on a
I've
question
teed
of
it up
law.
for
And
the
here's why,
whatever
to answer
break.
Your Honor's question. The same
Thank you.
phrase is used in both statutes, and our legislature, as sometimes happens, does not provide a clear definition in either statute of what
I'm a
voter
smart ass
registration
too.
record
It's
means.
all right. No
So ARS 16550A tells the 15 county recorders that when they do signature verification, they may use the signatures in the voter registration record. ARS 16168F says signatures in the voter registration record, among other things, are confidential unless certain exceptions apply. Because the term is not defined, Your Honor, I don't know how to answer Your Honor's question definitively, I guess is the word that I'm looking for.
I guess it would be fair to say there's a risk that it could be interpreted that way.
There absolutely is such a risk, Your Honor.
And when I say risk, I mean from your client's point of view.
Yes, Your Honor. From the recorder's point of view,
Judge, it's a judge.
Well, I'll
a
leave it
judge
there. From the
trial.
recorder's point of view, yes, there is that concern.
I understand that. I'm inclined to think that for a variety of reasons that the two don't necessarily correlate, starting with the fact that it's not a defined term anywhere. But I'm not sure I need to go into the details of that right here. I'll just let you continue your argument.
Let me quickly explain to Your Honor why we believe that 16168F does apply. And understanding what Your Honor just said about perhaps these two terms should be understood differently in the two statutes. But let me explain why we think 16168F on its face applies to affidavit signatures. And I'm going to do that, Your Honor, from two documents. The court is familiar with actually three. The court is familiar with the Elections Procedures Manual. I'll cover that real quickly. The Elections Procedures Manual directs the county recorder on page 69 of the EPM.
I fucking love these.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just scrolled my notes.
I need my foot. Get the foot in there.
Just one moment, I apologize.
I scrolled and I scrolled. I scrolled when I
Here we go.
Oh, here, I know. I'm not going to flip anybody.
It says on page 69, after verifying an in-person early ballot, county recorder may update the signature in a voter's record by scanning the voter's affidavit signature and uploading the signature image to the voter's record. Now, at the motion to dismiss stage, Your Honor, I pointed this out and the court asked a very good question. It said, the court said,
off, haters.
something to the effect of, but doesn't it say That's the in-person early ballot envelopes.
Wait, I want to.
And I looked down at the EPM and the court was correct. It did say that. And that's correct. And that's a very good observation by the court. However, we think that it cannot be the case that only the in-person early ballot affidavit envelopes are added to the voter registration record for this reason. It could create equal protection problems. The majority of Arizona's early voters vote by mail-in early ballot. Both ballot signatures are verified, and it's only after verification that they can be added to the voter registration record. And so if the law is that only in person get added, not the vote by mail early ballots, that could create equal protection problems that would be difficult to resolve. Your Honor has a question.
Bush versus Gore lives.
Bush versus Gore does live. However, the Supreme Court cabined it to the facts before the court in that moment.
I know they did. Just
Where's
a little
dinosaur?
election law joke.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me give two other reasons, though, that we believe that the signatures are clearly added under the law to the voter registration record. First is an opinion letter from the Attorney General. This opinion letter was issued in 2017.
You know what I did with
It is Exhibit D to our trial brief. And the Attorney General concluded that when he was discussing the voter registration record in the letter, the Attorney General concluded that, and I'm quoting, state law requires Arizona's voter registration database to include a number of different types of data not present on the basic voter registration form, including voting history, PEVL, which was the permanent early voting list, the forerunner to today's active early voting list, PEVL participation, precinct number, and any other record associated with a voter's individual voting history. We believe that that would include early ballot affidavits, which are obviously associated with a voter's voting history. The second thing that I would direct Your Honor to is the actual text of ARS 16168. Now, as I said earlier, we have great respect, as I know Your Honor does, for our state legislature. They do a very important job creating the laws for our state. Unfortunately, sometimes those laws are not the best example of clarity. And 16168 is such a law. It's a very lengthy law, and it's difficult at times to parse. However, I want to attempt to parse it for Your Honor and show why we believe that it clearly requires the affidavits to be part of the voter registration record.
Thank you, Max. Me either.
16168 uses three terms to discuss three different
That's right.
records or lists. It talks about precinct registers. It talks about precinct lists. And it mentions those in subparts C,
I need a soda.
D,
I'll be right
E, and F.
back. But I won't mute it.
And in subparts C, D, E, and F, the statute tells what the precinct registers and the precinct lists may be used for. It talks about their purposes. Now, Your Honor can read 16168 from first word to last word. And never once will Your Honor find within that statute a description of what the voter registration record is to be used for, what its purpose is. And that, Your Honor, is the third term. I said there were three terms. It's precinct registers, precinct lists, and voter registration record. Purposes are given for the registers and the lists. No purpose is ever given for the voter registration record. Why does that matter? Well, it matters for this reason, Your Honor. Subpart, after providing more direction in the first part about allowable uses or purposes of precinct registers and precinct lists, it says this: nothing in this section shall preclude public inspection of voter registration records at the office of the county recorder for the purposes prescribed by this section. voter registration records for the purposes prescribed by this section, except that the confidential information shall not be produced. Now, why this is important, Your Honor, is because, as I just said, the statute doesn't provide any purposes at all for the voter registration record. Those purposes are given in other statutes, but 16168 doesn't provide any purposes for the voter registration record. So when the statute says nothing in this section shall preclude public inspection of voter registration records at the county recorder for the purposes prescribed by this section, it must be the case that the precinct lists and the precinct registers are part of the voter registration record.
So there.
Now, why does that matter?
So there.
Well, it matters for this reason. 16168E
I love lime seltzer.
provides
Say that?
the records that are part of the precinct lists and precinct registers. And subpart 11 of subpart E says all data relating to early voters, including ballot requests and ballot returns. And ballot returns, Your Honor, would be the affidavit envelopes, what the ballots come back in, what they're returned in. Those affidavit envelopes are part of the precinct lists pursuant to ARS 16168E11. And because 16168 talks about purposes for precinct lists, and it says nothing in subpart F, nothing in this section shall preclude public inspection of the voter registration record for any of the purposes under this statute. The voter registration record must contain the data that is included in the precinct lists. And that would include the early ballot affidavits that are uploaded into the registration record. Now, Your Honor, we highlight...
Which would
Wait.
potentially support the idea that voter registration records within the meaning of this section is something different than it is elsewhere in Title 16.
Your Honor,
thought, but I think that's I think what you're saying is you have to analyze this statute to see what voter registration records means in this statute.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Your Honor. Yes. And looking at what it means in this statute, it seems clear to us that it would include the early ballot affidavits because they are the ballot returns that are part of the precinct lists, and the precinct lists
It's his job
appear to be on the plain terms of the statute part of the voter registration record. Now, I acknowledge, Your Honor, the statute does not say it as neatly as what I just did. But taking the statute as a whole and assuming the legislature meant what it said, that's the implication, Your Honor.
Let me suggest another way of looking at it. I just want to run this by you. The testimony from Mr. Richer was clear that the ballot affidavit envelopes are in fact treated as part of the voter registration record, and that's what they do.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Whether that's legally correct or not, that's what they do, in fact. And he also suggested that part of the reason that you don't make all this information public is that it interferes with the verification process.
Mm-hmm. That's correct, Your Honor.
So it strikes me that perhaps voter registration record in this statute, which is about confidentiality, not about how you administer an election, might mean what the recorder uses for that purpose. It doesn't have to be it could be defined by what the recorder actually does. And what they're saying is, we don't want this stuff to get out there because the recorder needs to use it for a really, really important purpose. Am I missing something there, or is that a way you could look at this?
Your Honor, we think that's exactly the way that the court should look at it. Yes. And that goes straight to the case that we cited in our trial brief, Berry v. State Department of Corrections. It's cited, I believe, on page 14 of our trial brief. And that was the case where the court gave significant deference to the Department of Corrections interpretation of a statute governing confidentiality. The statute did not say it quite the way the Department of Corrections, it did not say it as clearly as the Department of Corrections was arguing it to the court. But it was a reasonable interpretation of the statute. And because the Department of Corrections had interpreted the statute that way, the court gave great deference to the agency that has to actually live under the statute. That doesn't mean that the agency always gets to win. Clearly, if the law doesn't support it, the court shouldn't rule in favor of the agency or hear the recorder. But I would submit to Your Honor that the recorder's interpretation is a reasonable interpretation of 16168F. And so therefore the court should find for the recorder on this.
Are you familiar with a case called Primary Consultants versus Maricopa County Recorder?
Your Honor, I believe I've read the case, but I cannot recall it as I stand here in front of you.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
exactly.
I think it goes to that issue too, but we'll
There's
go
all
ahead and
kinds
move
of
on.
stuff that
All right, thank
we
you, Your
need
Honor.
to stop being silent about. Canvassing is
So
intimidation.
let me quickly
period.
summarize the best interest of the state
It needs to
argument,
be better organized
for the court. I
not
know that was the argument
vigilante.
that the court was interested in hearing when it set the trial. And so we attempted to put on testimony that went directly to that question. So I want to summarize what the court heard. The court heard from Kathy Sigmund. She testified that people came to her door asking her questions about her early ballot affidavit signature. She testified that this made her angry. She expressed her concerns that if early ballots are made public, that could undermine confidence in elections. The court also heard from Hugo Polanco. He testified that he does not want to say, well, he testified a number of things, but what's really significant for the court in our view is that he does not want his signature to be made public. And he has real concerns about his signature being made public. The court heard from Marilyn Rodriguez. She also testified about a lot of things, but what is really significant for this case is the testimony that she provided concerning harassment that she received as a result of her political lobbying work. Now, that's not because she voted. We're not pretending it is. What we were using Ms. Rodriguez for was to underscore that passions are inflamed right now and that, someone with a political opinion could be subject to harassment. I believe that Ms. Lake's counsel mentioned or asked Ms. Passarelli a question as to whether this happens to, and I think he said people on the other side as well. And I think he defined that as meaning, to Democrats.
They're always matched up, Siegfried.
We would readily
They're always
agree.
matched
If he was
up.
suggesting that it does happen, we would readily agree with that.
They make sure that
it's
what do they call it? Adjudicated?
not just Republicans harassing Democrats. It might be Democrats harassing Republicans or people with
So I
no
think
political
they're very
view
careful about
harassing
that.
those with a political view. It's just an inflamed, passionate time.
Provisional
And
if
Ms.
you haven't
Rodriguez's
already
testimony
filed a
went
ballot.
directly to that
That's
point.
what it is. Or it needs
The
to
court
be
also heard
further
from Bonnie
whatever.
Eckert. She testified today, Your Honor, about people coming to her door, asking her questions about her early vote. She said that the conversation turned hostile, and that was the word that she used. She said one of the people began talking over her and pointing her finger in her face. She testified that this interaction upset her, especially when the people began talking to her about dead people voting.
There's actually a lot of
She
safeguards
testified
in
about her
place in
concerns
election
if
law
ballot
in
affidavit
general.
envelopes are made public.
But
And she testified that
the game.
she would have to consider whether that would change how she votes in terms of whether she votes in person or early. And she clarified that under questioning, I believe, from Ms. Lake's counsel, that, she would still vote. The question would be, how would she vote? The court also heard from Recorder Stephen Richer. And he also testified about a number of things, but there are three that I want to draw the court's attention to. First, he provided testimony that Your Honor and I just discussed, that the affidavit side of the envelope is added by him to the voter registration record, that he understands the law to either allow him to do it or require him to do it. I honestly don't remember which word he used, but either way, he does it. And he testified about that. He also testified about threats and harassment.
Let me ask you a question. It comes up here. It's kind of a obscure detail, but he testified
No,
that
not generally, Siegfried.
About how he
Never heard of that,
treats the ballot affidavit envelopes, given that they are, in his view, part of the voter registration record. And just let me look at my notes here. He said that they are they're kept indefinitely. They're made part of the voter registration
Judge is earning his
database
salary.
after the signature is verified.
Doing a lot of
Then
heavy
they
lifting.
store the image in a way that associates it with the voter's initial registration. They keep it indefinitely, and then they use it in subsequent elections. He also testified that the ballot affidavit envelopes that never get cured, they're handled differently. And my recollection is that they store hard copies. I have in my mind, they put them in the treasurer's safe. He must have a huge safe. Puts them in the treasurer's safe, and they're used as historical. Their importance is historical, backward looking only. Do I have that right?
Your Honor, you're asking me a question that I'm going to answer, but I want to be clear as I answer it that some of what I'm about to say may not have been testified to by the recorder.
Stick to the record.
Okay. I will direct Your Honor then to ARS 16-624.
If it's a legal question and not a factual question, yeah, then you can go ahead.
I will direct Your Honor to, no, and I understand, Your Honor. I understand.
Your Honor, may I just ask a point of clarification whether we're here for oral argument or whether we're here for closing argument?
Let's be respectful
Walmart.
here, Mr. Blem.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm trying to.
Oh,
Well,
trying.
you okay. Go ahead.
Your Honor,
I love
I
this
do
judge.
understand the difference, and so I will walk a very fine line here and not
I'm gonna marry
cross
this
over.
judge. He's great.
ARS 16-624 is the statute that directs the
Hit the like.
recorder or the
And
officer in
also,
charge of election
Please share the
to
stream.
deposit
Thank
the
you.
ballots in the treasurer's vault following an election and to store them for 2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
And hello to
That's what I
everyone
thought.
on
Yes.
Facebook.
The recorder, I
and
believe,
Twitch
did
and
testify
Democracy
that
Dino
the recorder
and Twitter.
transfers the early ballot affidavits, including the unopened ones that were not signature verified. The hard copies and the
Dumb
paper
Mr.
copies
Flynn.
and the unopened
Good
ones that
one,
were not
Bob.
signature
That's a good
verified
one.
to the treasurer's vault with the ballots.
Love it.
The statute
Winner.
says that at the end of the 2-year period, the ballots are to be destroyed. I would be going beyond what the recorder testified to tell you what they do with the envelopes.
Okay, fair enough. So, but the statute says the ballots are just destroyed after 2 years.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'm going to go with my recollection, which I can actually go and check, but okay. All right. You've answered my question. I understand where we are. Go back to where you were. You were talking about
Just try.
how Mr. Richards' testimony addressed best interests of the state.
So first, Your Honor, as I said, you heard that he testified they add these to the record. The second thing, though, that he testified about was the threats and harassment that he personally has received for his work in elections. And he testified about attending the sentencing hearing for someone who had been arrested for making threats against him. And he provided, Your Honor, an example of the type of threat that was made by this person. The person said something to the effect of, and the recorder, it's in your notes and it's on the record. I'm sure the recorder's memory was perfect of this, but something to the effect of, I can't wait for that Jew to burn in an oven, and his kids too. These are horrible, vile things, and I'm sure Ms. Lake would agree that that's horrible and vile. But the point of bringing that to the court's attention, again, is to underscore that we live in a time with extremely inflamed passions. The recorder also testified that he's aware of other elections officials who have received similar threats and harassment. And he gave some examples to the court of that. That's the first thing going to best interest of the state from the recorder's testimony. There's one more I'll get to in a moment, but it's not too much work to connect the dots, Your Honor. Passions are inflamed. People have been threatened. If early ballot affidavits are made public,
yes, thank you,
with the voter's signature and the voter's address and the voter's phone number all right there, and with knowing that we have a track record of people going canvassing door to door to ask people about their early ballot and, you know, who they voted for, or whether that was their signature or a dead person's signature. I mean, whatever the case may be, that creates a risk that voters will be harassed. And if voters are harassed, again, it doesn't take much to connect the dots that this could lead to a decrease in voting participation. And this could ultimately disenfranchise voters, because voters become fearful that if we vote, we may get accosted about it. And, you know, Justice Scalia years ago in a Supreme Court decision said that people need a backbone. And that's true to some extent, Your Honor. We do need a backbone when we do our civic duty, and voting is a civic duty. And so, you know, we maybe can expect that if we get into a conversation about politics, somebody may say something that we don't like, or they may criticize our candidate, you know, or say that we voted for the wrong candidate. Those things happen. This is different when we're putting in people's hands what they need to go door to door and ask people about their vote and whether their signature is real or fraudulent. It's just a difference of
the plane landing
quality. Your Honor, the third thing that the reporter talked about was what his personal concerns were about releasing the early ballot affidavit envelopes, the possible harassment of voters, but also some other things that he's mentioned. He mentioned the possibility of voter fraud because of signatures being out there. You know, the actual voter signature, not signatures off a property deed that might have been signed years ago, but a recent signature that was used in voting. But he said that isn't his top concern. He also said that he didn't think that even though it increased the risk of fraud, he didn't think it increased it that much. That was the reporter's testimony. He said what he was more concerned about is the possibility that this could make it more difficult for them to do their job for signature verification. It could lead to voters not signing their early ballot affidavits and creating a backlog of envelopes that need to be cured. You know, the legislature has wisely provided a curing statute that says if early ballot affidavits come in that aren't signed, the recorder is to attempt to contact those voters and let the voter know you didn't sign your early ballot. And if the voter says, oh yeah, I did vote by early ballot, but I didn't sign, they're supposed to cure that. And it's only if the signature is cured that ballot envelope can be opened and the ballot counted. And the recorder testified that he was concerned that making these envelopes public might lead to voters not putting their signature on, or it might lead to voters not putting their phone number on. Ms. Passarelli testified that the voter's phone number
So that's a
is not
chilling
something
effect.
that
Would
is
you
asked
say that's
for
a
when a voter
chilling
registers to
effect
vote.
on voting?
So the only
sir?
way that the elections department has that phone number is if the voter gave it when they registered to vote,
I'm not a lawyer.
and it's the same phone number as when they registered to vote, or if they write it on the early ballot affidavit envelope. And that's important, Your Honor, because that phone
Isn't it a
number is the
dangerous
best way to
precedent?
contact that voter in a short time period. Because remember, missing signatures pursuant to law must be cured by 7 p.m. on election day.
I think canvassing efforts need to be
Inconsistent
registered with
signatures,
someone.
signatures that are inconsistent with the
They need
signature in
to
the
be
voter
monitored
registration
and
record
tracked.
must be cured within 5 business days after the election. There's a little bit more time, not a
Some
lot.
answers. I got
And
solutions.
the phone number is the best way to reach that voter quickly. And the recorder expressed his concern that voters might stop putting their phone number, or they might stop signing their affidavit envelopes.
Yeah.
Those were his concerns, Your Honor.
Right.
Finally, the court heard from Christy Passarelli. She testified just a few moments ago. And she testified about harassment she received after videos of her were posted online. These videos are created by the Maricopa County Recorder's Office in Maricopa County. They're live stream videos of the election tabulation center, she testified. And she testified that someone got those videos and she wasn't sure how. She didn't know whether it was through capturing the live stream or whether it was making
Louis
a public
DeJoy,
records request.
brought to you by
But they
Louis
got the
DeJoy.
videos, which they were perfectly entitled to
that?
get.
Remember him?
And then they made accusations based on those videos, she testified, Ms. Passarelli.
Get money out of
And
politics.
after those
Get
accusations were
money out
posted
of
online,
politics. Get
accusing
money.
Ms. Passarelli of doing something nefarious, she received harassment and intimidating phone calls, messages left, Facebook messages, things of that sort. Your Honor, all of this goes to the point that making these early ballot affidavit envelopes public is not in the best interest of the state. It can lead to voter harassment, can lead to voter disenfranchisement. And it makes the work of the recorder more
Although,
difficult to do.
In the 90s,
Your Honor, we believe that the court
Coke
should find
was
that they
not a
are protected
bad
by
thing,
ARS
but I stopped doing that a
16-168F
long
as
time
well.
ago.
But
Like, that was a 90s
if the court does
I
not
had a season.
agree with us on that,
There was a
we
Coke
ask the
season.
court to find that they are protected by the best interest of the state.
Thankfully,
Thank you, Your
far
Honor.
behind.
Thank you.
But weed every day, all day. Yes,
Mr. Flynn,
bitches.
how long do you think you're gonna take?
How long are you going to take? Because I got to take a poop.
Not
Not
sure, Your
me,
Honor,
I
but
mean
we'll
the
be done
judge.
by noon.
Oh, that's
11:45 now.
it's
Yeah.
11:45.
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
I think
sweet.
so. Go ahead. I might hold you to it. So
Yeah. So make it count, bitch.
in fact, I will, because my staff looks hungry over here. I'll give you a couple of minutes leeway, but let's try to keep it clean.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Posting it.
And I'll be brief, Your Honor. And
Will
really
you?
quickly, Your Honor, I want to simply start by saying there are absolutely no statutes governing or allowing the placement of ballot affidavit envelope signatures into the voter's registration record, Your Honor.
Facts.
The only provisions that allow for this are found in the EPM. But really quickly, Your Honor, I want to turn to ARS 16152, which is the registration form used to register a voter, Your Honor. It contains very specific provisions as to what goes in that form.
Okay.
And none of
Is that
them
what you're asking
include
for, bitch?
a ballot affidavit envelope, Your Honor. Absolutely none of them. And so if that form is then what is scanned and becomes the registration record, the early ballot affidavit envelopes, Your Honor, cannot constitute part of that record because they're not on that form. Now, the EPM, Your Honor, does allow and does have provisions for the addition of some early ballot affidavit envelopes into the voter's record.
EO 13848.
What does that provision say, Your Honor?
EO 13848.
That provision states that after verifying an in-person early ballot, a counter recorder may update the signature in a voter's record by scanning the voter's affidavit signature and uploading the signature image to the voter's record. Now, if Your Honor recalls the distinction between green and white ballot affidavits that were testified to by Recorder Richer, this court is very well aware that the white ballot affidavit envelopes denote those individuals who voted early and in public. And this is why, Your Honor, I will argue that Maricopa County's allegations with respect to equal protection issues are without merit. And the reason for this is, Your Honor, is that early ballot in-person affidavit envelopes were executed by an individual who appeared at a polling location, showed their identification, was given their ballot and envelope, and when they voted that ballot, they signed it. There's no equal protection issue, Your Honor, because the difference between them and those, as the record clearly shows, who receive and vote by green affidavit envelope, is that those who vote a green affidavit envelope, Your Honor, do not have to show their identity.
Let me ask you the same question I asked them. Why does the term voter registration record in 168F necessarily mean the same as that term in in 150 or 152, and why or why not?
Does it mean the same thing as what the law says shall become the registration record, as in the form is scanned and becomes that voter's registration record?
Yeah, does the two statutes use the same term, or all three statutes use the same term, voter registration record? Does it necessarily mean the same thing in the statute where we're talking about confidentiality as in the statute where we're talking about the election voter identification process?
I would presume, Your Honor, that the legislature, if it seeks to use a term in one place that has a different meaning in another, that it would so define that term for a purpose used in a different statute. And so they're using the term registration record. And, and that's why we've asked this court, Your Honor, to take judicial notice of the Yavapai County matter that was issued. And if you're using the term registration record throughout, these election-related statutes, I presume the legislature knows what that means, and they know what they're doing, Your Honor.
Well, they weren't. The statutes weren't created at the same time.
Yeah.
Understood, Your Honor. But those people creating the newer statutes or amending those statutes are aware of the other statutes.
What?
Because all these, bills are, promulgated initially in the elections committees anyway.
What about their argument about what the term has to mean within the context of 168F when you parse it all out?
Well, within the context of 168F, 168F is pretty clear. It says the registration record.
But it also says precinct lists, precinct register.
All right, Adriana,
which are not within what I would think of as a common definition of a registration record.
Well, there are precinct lists and precinct registers that, that contain some information from different voters. It's just like the VM34 file, Your Honor, or the files that are public record that Ms. Passarelli testified about. They get much of this information from the voter registration record, Your Honor, because they're registered voters. And so that's where a lot of this information comes about. And I would suggest, Your Honor, the differences between what, the law would consider personal identifying information versus personally protected information, as Ms. Pressarelli testified.
We would.
There are statutes governing personally protected information. If somebody's using the term PII, personally identifying information, Your Honor, that could include my tattoo. It could include my name. And when I'm in a bathing suit, my tattoo's publicly visible.
Well, guess what? We're about to show that.
I look pretty good in the bathing suit.
Oh, I'm about to show that, I think.
I'll let the record reflect that without your making it part of the record.
Thanks to Gal Suburban.
I've lost my train of thought.
I'm going to say too late anyway.
Done.
Okay, go ahead. It'll come back to me in a second.
All right. And so again, Your Honor,
I think it's a music video. I don't
the
know
only
what it is.
provision allowing for the
Okay, now I know.
Oh, now he knows. Shut up.
Why would the legislature, you're carving out the term, you're talking about the term voter registration record and focusing on that and arguing that the ballot affidavit envelopes are not part of the voter registration record. Whereas the voter registration colleges are part of the voter registration record.
The voter registration form, Your Honor, is what by statute, the one we just discussed, is scanned and made part of the voter registration record. It says it is the voter registration record.
Okay, well, hear me out here. The 16168F makes specific information non-public, and one of those pieces of information is the signatures. Why would the legislature make the signatures non-disclosable and private on one piece of paper, but not on another piece of paper?
Hi, let's hold hands.
How does that make any sense in terms of protecting the privacy of voters, assuming, as I think I have to, because it's what the statute says, that the legislature thought that the signatures had a privacy interest and should be protected?
Is it?
Well, with respect to a voter registration record, Your Honor, and that's where we get to this huge debate.
Boy. Come on.
They're adding additional signatures to the voter registration record. That signature that the voter signs that registration form, Your Honor, that is that voter. And so when you go register to vote, Your Honor, you show an ID.
I understand that. And you're talking about the election administration process. Yeah. I'm talking about what's confidential. Right. Why would they say that one set of signatures is confidential, but another set of signatures is not? Because that's the implication of your argument.
Well, I presume the legislature is wise enough to know what the voter registration is and that there is confidentiality for that voter registration record.
Including the elements
minus
therein.
The exceptions, and I'll point out that includes the media, Your Honor, which is a pretty broad exception.
Including the elements
and
therein.
So, the voter registration signature itself as part of that protection can still be accessed by a whole host of people. And as I made clear, in my opening statement, Your Honor, it can be accessed by somebody who's not even a reporter. They can simply work for a radio station. That's how broad this exclusion is, Your Honor. And so,
yeah, but that's what they said. That's what the legislature said. That's my starting place.
Well, I understood. And
you can't infer from, I can't infer from that. Well, they didn't, it's awfully broad, so they didn't really mean what they said. And that's sort of what you're arguing.
But that's not what I'm arguing. And then the place I'm going is this, Your Honor. It's the legislature that passed the laws making, for early voting. They're well aware that when they're passing these laws, because they're writing them, that they're requiring signatures, right? And not once in any of these statutes they can't point to a single statute aside from 168F, Your Honor, that makes any of these signatures or a ballot affidavit envelope private. In fact, the ballot affidavit envelopes are required to have an oath or affirmation that specifically are used in courts routinely, Your Honor, and it's oath or affirmation that is all over the Maricopa County Recorder's website. And so when they're passing these laws, they know what's restricted and what's not, and they chose not to restrict ballot affidavit envelopes when they were passing these statutes.
Okay, well, I'll just bring this discussion to a
Is that on Truth Social?
close in my own mind, which is that I've got to figure out how all this stuff fits together. And an interpretation that says, well, you can't have it here, but here you go over there.
My rheumatologist also suggested medical marijuana when I was living in New York.
Trying to think of how everything
she's like,
fits
I can't
together
prescribe it.
better
You need
than
to
that.
go through the steps, and I did.
Go ahead.
but
You see
she
the point.
actually
I've heard your argument. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She was good.
And so now I have to remember where I was. And I think where I was their equal protection argument. You know, if I have to go into a polls and show my ID, right, and then I have to sign the envelope, and then the second requirement before that can go in the voter registration record, Your Honor, is that they have to verify my signature. Okay, and so that doesn't take place with the green people who vote by mail affidavit envelopes. The only ID for those individuals, Your Honor, is their signature.
No,
and
you're
so
arguing
there
what
are
you
absolutely
lost 4 months
zero,
ago. You lost this argument
you know,
4 months ago,
statutory
Rich.
or other
You
legal like the
lost this
EPM that
argument
allow them to add those ballot affidavit
4 months
envelopes
ago.
to the voter registration
Count 'em.
record. And so, you know, one might ask this question differently, Your Honor. If those people, the three executives, the governor, the attorney general, and the secretary of state, if they chose to put that in the EPM, they chose to distinguish between the white and the green affidavit envelopes, Your Honor. They knew what they were doing, and they did that for a purpose.
How cool,
and again, the
Max.
purpose
That
is
is so cool.
that they show ID and their signature verified.
You're arguing 16-150. And whether I can draw guidance from that statute is one thing. What Judge Napper decides that's a different case.
Understood.
I'm not deciding that case, and I can tell you right now, I'm not going to try.
All right, Your Honor. And so, with respect to 168F, Your Honor, you know, this is why we do not believe it applies. And if it does apply, my client has an ongoing election challenge. It's, I believe, the second longest to date in Arizona history, and may soon be the third or the first. But with respect to 168F, Your Honor, it's our position that it simply doesn't apply, and that the only basis in which this court can deny our public records request is on the best interest of the state. And so with respect to the best interest of the state, Your Honor, I just want to touch on a few things that Mr. LaRue had mentioned. He believed that passions are extreme, they're high. And I would agree with that, Your Honor, that they are extreme, and they are, you know, there are inflamed passions, and there have been for quite some time. But then one thing he, I believe, very specifically said was that, you know, that I said it was Republicans harassing Democrats. And there very well could be Democrats harassing Republicans. And I never said that, Your Honor, because, you know, I try to stay away from using those affiliations. And the way I couched it with Ms. Passarelli specifically, Your Honor, was elections officials being harassed by people, as well as those people in what I will refer to the election integrity industry, Your Honor, also being harassed by people. And so that was the division I was drawing, as opposed to this partisan
Industry.
divide.
Oh wow, I'll pull up that clip next.
But with respect to the best interest of the state,
'Cause they're gonna wrap soon.
really all Maricopa County has brought to this court is passions and inflamed passions.
Wait, where's my?
But what they haven't brought, to this court is a justification, because
Sir.
I can get the exact same data and more as a public citizen. Someone from the country of Jordan or Chile can do a public records request to Maricopa County, Your Honor, and get more data absent the signature than is contained on the ballot affidavit envelope.
Ooh, that took a lot of energy.
The case that
Hi,
I
Melissa.
was struggling
Pandering the 2A cult, yeah.
to come up with when Mr. LaRue and I
That
were
is
talking
really
about
cool,
it
man.
earlier is Scottsdale Unified School District
The old stuff.
versus KPNX, and it's 91 Arizona 297. And it holds that the birth dates of teachers in the school district's records are subject to the best interest of the state exception, even though one could go out and find all those birth dates somewhere else. Why is that not applicable to this case?
Well, birth dates are significantly different, Your Honor, than
the case didn't turn on the fact that they were birth dates. They turned on the fact that birth dates are
I have a cream
birth dates
for that.
on the one
I have a
hand
cream for those
were
inflamed passions.
given to the district with the expectation of privacy by their employees.
When my friend got in Lummox's
But
face years ago for
that
talking
did
about
not
someone,
make
he
them
was a coward then and a coward now. Wow.
An automatic disclosure under the public records law.
Well, understood, Your Honor, and I think Your Honor just may have made my point when Your Honor said expectation of privacy. And so when I go and give my personal information to my employer, I may have an expectation of privacy that they're not just going to willy-nilly be giving it up. The difference between that and a ballot affidavit envelope, Your Honor, is that people sign these ballot affidavit envelopes, then they deposit them into the mail. They put them into the stream of commerce. They sign on the outside of the envelope and not on the inside. And so if there was an expectation of privacy issue, Your Honor, then I would anticipate the legislature would change the law such that, they sign a form that they put inside the ballot affidavit envelope on a different flap on the outside or something along those lines. But it's really, Your Honor, no different. We do the same thing in criminal law, Your Honor. We do the same things in a lot of areas of law. I mean, if I throw something in my trash, do I have an expectation of privacy? And the answer to that question is no.
We're not throwing our envelopes in the trash, are we?
I'm not, well.
It's a bad argument.
It's different.
It's analogous, Your Honor.
Totally different.
It's
No, it's
analogous in that signatures are significantly different than birth dates. Because, as I made clear in my opening statement, Your Honor, we use these for everything. I mean, and we do so beginning at a very early age when we're signing yearbooks in high school or even middle school, if they do that anymore. We do this all the time, Your Honor. Signatures are everywhere. We give them to strangers all the time. We don't do that with our birth dates, Your Honor. You don't go into the Quick Trip, use your credit card, and have to sign with your birthday. Your birthday is protected
I've got lots of links,
information.
Baby. You can hit
And
them all.
the signature is not because we so readily give them out.
This
With
guy
the
sucks
exception of the
balls.
registration record, Your Honor, which is the signature
You
that
can't
the voter
dazzle them
gave
with
when they signed that form.
Baffle
And
them
so,
with bullshit.
with respect to the,
Rufus. Oh my goodness
the signature, Your Honor, that's what this comes down to.
True.
And
so true.
This is in essence, a privacy case. You had
Right?
you had
I don't have to
the
get the
very
year.
last, not the last, the second to the last witness sitting on the stand, Your Honor. She
But-
said, well, if I know people might be able to get my ballot affidavit envelope, I might, change the way I vote. She
didn't
might
say
change
that.
the way she votes.
You are
But
mischaracterizing
what
her
she
statement.
testified she will not do, Your Honor.
I can't.
She will not stop signing
I can't.
petitions
I cannot.
for candidates and
I
for
cannot.
initiatives, even though the public can get those.
You are
That tells me we have to
mischaracterizing.
look at the context.
She will not stop signing mortgages, even though she can get those. And so with respect to the context, Your Honor,
No, I don't know.
Mr. LaRue
Please
said
explain
something
to
about
me.
people being afraid that people come by and canvass and do we stop canvassing, Your Honor? Because
Yes.
What do I do about what these witnesses said? Should I not believe them when they say that they were frightened and offended that people came around after the election,
Yeah.
not canvassing,
Not
came around
canvassing.
after the election,
Thank
questioning them about their votes?
Your Honor, we have a 200+ year history
you.
of doing this type of activity, Your
No,
Honor.
sweetheart. No, we don't.
Canvassing,
Do
going and
not.
talking to voters, going door to door.
Before the election.
Before the election, Your Honor, as soon as one election stops, the next one starts.
About the next election, where do we have a history of going door to door and talking to people about
a past election,
about how they voted
Yeah.
in the last
When
election,
do we
and
do
whether
that?
there were
Name another time.
whether there were
Name another time.
extra people here?
Well, there are people going to clean up the voter rolls, Your Honor.
Who
There are
are
people
they?
out
Who are
canvassing
They? Who are they?
to try
are
to clean
they?
up the voter rolls.
Who
And
are
this
they?
is something we have historically done
No, it isn't.
forever, Your
No, it
Honor,
isn't.
as a people.
No, it isn't.
The people, there's a reason the people have a right
You're
to
fucking
this
lying,
voter
Brian. You're a
data.
lying
And the
sack
only
of
Okay, all right.
bullshit.
I'm did not mean we're talking about how people feel about it. We're not talking about
Whether or not it happened.
we're not gonna go back into why it's important for people to do it, because I've already ruled that that's not relevant. So
Oh, he's horrible,
to the extent
Tom.
that
This lawyer
that I
is
brought
terrible.
it up, my apologies. I would drop it.
Yeah, it's
Well, Your Honor, how people feel about it is, he said it himself. Well, Mr. LaRue, if I'm asking you a question, I forgot what term it was.
No, you can't.
Stop
It was a
it.
former Supreme Court justice that said,
Stop it.
I don't know, Your Honor, I don't know what the expression is, grow a pair or something like that.
Get a backbone.
Get a backbone.
It was a little bit less crude than that.
My apologies for being crude, Your Honor, but get a backbone. This is what we do in this country. This is called politics, Your Honor.
No.
People go door to door. They ask people,
Before the
hey, are
election.
you voting specifically for my
Before
candidate?
the election,
That happens.
motherfucker.
And this
Jesus
woman gave
Christ.
testimony that, President Trump is not her cup of tea. So they found a couple of witnesses who don't like people canvassing them, when one of them specifically testified, Your Honor, oh yeah, we canvass. With respect to the two lobbyists, Your Honor, that's what they're doing here. They're lobbying the court. And they gave very highly inflammatory testimony about a very specific
you would
group
know
of
about
people.
inflammatory.
And
that's
so
for
the
sure.
one common thread running, Your Honor, between the defense
Rejection?
witnesses was this anti-Trumpism.
Oh my God! This
this
is
new
your argument.
McCarthyism, I suppose, this
You
raised.
fucking suck,
with
dude.
respect-
You suck.
With respect, yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
With respect to whether or not they have met their burden, Your Honor, they haven't met their burden.
Okay, well, I'm gonna break
Because-
for lunch now.
This is what we do in this country.
Oh my God.
Okay, it's a few minutes It's 10 minutes after 12, so if you could wrap up that.
Oh, 10 after 12, yes.
No,
yes,
it's much later than that.
all right. And so even if all of their complaints and their feelings, Your Honor, are true, and I believe their feelings are true, but even with that, Your Honor, the people's right to participate in their government, to oversee its operations, is one of the most important rights we as a free people have. And one thing that differentiates America from the rest of the world, Your Honor, is Americans have always been able to ask questions after the fact. We have always been able to challenge
this isn't a 1A thing,
our
bitch.
elections and our elected leaders.
Not intimidate and harass.
There are
and
some of us
lie.
doing that on behalf of Kari Lake with respect to her election, Your Honor. And there are those who are offended by that. But this is what we do. The very purpose, Your Honor, of the Public Records Act is to ensure that the people can serve as a check on the activities of the government. Because a government absent those checks, Your Honor, can lend itself to abuse, secure in the knowledge that those activities will never be brought to light. And with that, Your Honor, I close.
I am not swayed.
I'll give you a couple of minutes to rebut.
I am not swayed. Look at him. Like Blem's like, wait.
Your Honor, I'll be very brief. One of my
What a bunch
colleagues
of bullshit.
came
What a
to
load of
me
crap.
after I stepped down and said it was possible I misunderstood a question that Your Honor asked. I'm not sure if I did or not, but just so that there won't be any confusion. If Your Honor was asking whether the digital images of envelopes are kept forever, the testimony that the recorder gave is that they are. I thought Your Honor was asking about what happens to the paper copies of the envelopes. And that was the way I directed my answer.
The digital images of the non-cured envelopes kept forever?
Your Honor, the recorder testified that those are never digitized. If they're non-cured, they're set aside.
All right, then we're okay.
Yeah, and I don't think that there's anything else that I need to get into. No further rebuttal. Your Honor.
Everybody's got to pee and poop and do whatever
Well,
else they need.
I'm going to take this under
Eat a
advisement
salad. Get in line at the salad place.
and get out a decision as quickly as possible. We're at recess for now.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bitches get stitches and bitches get stitches. Any hot mic? Any hot mic moments? No, none of them. No hot mics. No. No. Okay. All right. Okay. No. No good hot mic. I don't think. Yeah, I can't even hear him. Okay. All right. So, blur, because we have some. Hold on. Hold the phone, Joni. Hold the phone, Joan. 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 All right. So here we go. Oh, stop yourself before you break my heart. Don't break my heart. That's funny. Okay, so I want to come back here and I want to share what Gal Suburban shared with this, cue clip of Mr. Flem and out of context closing. So true. All right, let me see here. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what? No. Wait, what? Okay, listen. Why? Yeah, I'm not having fun with you right now. That is not what I want. What the hell is going on? It's only letting me, I'm so sorry. It's only letting me share things on Firefox. Why all of a sudden? Why? Oh, why? Oh, why? Why? Listen, I've got some real gremlins in me system here. I got some real gremlins here, you know. Okay, well, let me see. It's not letting me. I don't know what's happening right now, but something is going on with my thing. My mail. My, 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 my. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah. Let's see. What? Q. Q it all up. Cue it all up. Oh my God. Like eyes are watering, and it's not because I'm crying. I'll tell you that much. Okay. I really don't know why this isn't doing this. I'm real sorry about that. Why is this like manage? Wait. Huh? So sorry. Excuse me. We are now Oh, here we go. Wait, what? 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 Ah! What? I'm so sorry. Da 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 bum ba da bow bum 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 ba da bum bum ba da ya bum 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 ba da bum ba da da ya bow Scooby la doo. Scooby-la-doo. Why is this not? I don't think that's what I. Oh, it is what I want. Weird. Motherfucker. You're so weird. You're so weird. Okay. Woo! That was like a lot harder than it had to be, I think. Okay, so this apparently is, thank you, Gal. This is the attorney at large, Brian Flem. And Gal Suburban said on November 30th, 2022, these are not new characters to the Gal Squad. Hashtag Gal Squad forever, bitches. You hate us because you ain't us. I mean, and that's legitimately what is going on here. You hate us because you ain't us. That saying works real well. Okay, anyway, here we go. Is my brightness down? What the fuck? God, sorry about that. Grande. What a grande I am. Okay, here we go.
My name is Brian James Blam, and this is my public service announcement on the importance of voting in person rather than voting by mail. Okay, voting is a fundamental right, people. It affects how much your retirement account is worth, your 401k, whatever the case may be. It affects your job. It affects the price of gas.
What's going on here?
It affects the value of your home, whether or not you can even get one. Okay, it affects the interest rates. It affects every bit of your life, including whether or not your children eat bugs at school for lunch or get lap dances from strange individuals at recess. Okay, vote in person, folks, and this is why you should vote in person.
Wait, what?
When you vote in person,
sorry, I'm
person, folks, recess. Okay. Or get lap dances from strange individuals at recess. Okay. Vote in person, folks. And this is why you should vote in person. Okay. When you vote in person, the chain of custody between you and your ballot going into that machine is really you. You go to the polling place, you sign into the electronic poll book, and they give you your ballot. You walk over to the little privacy booth and you vote that ballot. And then you take your ballot and you shove it in the machine. All right. There ain't a whole lot can go wrong there, folks. Given the price of gas under the Biden administration, you could run out of gas and have to walk the polls, but you still get there by walking.
Oh my God.
You could be Joe Biden, Mr. Dementia, and have to have your wife, Jill Biden, drive you to the polls because you didn't even know how to get there. You don't even know it's election day. You might have to have her vote your ballot because, well, you don't know who any of the damn candidates are and you might screw up. And B, you don't even know where the machine's at. So you got to have your wife hold your hand while you take your ballot over there and then she shoves it in the machine for you. Okay, that could go wrong, but most of us are normal folks. When we go to vote, we know what a ballot is. We know how to sign into the poll books, and we know how to stick it in the machine. Right? What else could go wrong? The machine counted wrong. But we can take a look at that later.
At recess. Okay, all right. Thank you. That was amazing. And amazing. The appeal to heaven flag should not go unnoticed here. I guess that's when you drink that much beer, you probably want a working toilet. For Brian, days in Orlando sucked ass. Fuck, Gal, stop it. I mean, really, days in Orlando. I have already written a review, but the place sucked ass. Toilet broke in the middle of the night and room got flooded. When they gave me a new room, the toilet didn't work. The location is questionable, and I've stayed in better places in Central America. Great beer while they do your laundry for a reasonable price. They even make what was the best pizza I had a while in Cartagena. Great beer, food, and of course, service. Know what I mean? Excellent beer and wonderfully refreshing ginger beer. Spicy. Fall, am I right? Sweater weather. Cactus Antigua. Pretty good tapas. Some great local Guatemalan brews. And a pretty good vibe. And you know how much I love the vibe. Oh my God. This is amazing. That is totally amazing. Stop it. I gotta go on. I'm dying. Oh, sounds like Kavanaugh. Yeah.
My name is Brian James Blam.
Okay. Oops, sorry, Brian. We don't really need to. Oh, here we go. Here he is. Let's see what this is all about. Account restricted. I posted a picture of Biden. Oh my fucking God. Well, you're a piece of crap. That's what's going on there. Oh, look at this. More beer. He is like Kavanaugh. Who is that? I don't recognize those guys. I don't know. I don't know who those guys are. Not sure. But does the attorney they hired know Cochise is different from Maricopa County? No. Totally normal seeming attorney vibes. This is Brian Blem. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, this bullshit whistleblower. Bullshit. Chain of custody violation. No, it was proven not to be. That's that last case you lost, Brian. Remember that? What? Love seeing members of my extended patriot family. Peace out. Peace out and election fraud. Am I right? Jesus Christ. 213 subscribers. Damn. It's just so low. Sorry, I think I'm having like an allergy attack. Ugh. Or maybe it's just like so much bullshit coming through that case. I don't know. Yeah. Wait, what? Jim, I found a bottle called One Night Cough Syrup from the late 1800s. The ingredients were alcohol, cannabis, indica, chloroform, and morphine. Ooh, that's scary. Morphine is so horrible. Having watched both my parents pass and have to have morphine for their last moments, it is the worst. The worst. So my heart goes out to anyone. That's a terrible. Yeah, only the finest. That is the only attorney they could find. That's the only attorney. I bet you he's going to be Trump's attorney soon when he's done with this. What do you want to bet? Where's Kurt Olson too? Okay, can we talk a little bit about Kurt Olson? Because that motherfucker is behind so much. He is Lindell's lawyer. He was Kari Lake's lawyer. I don't know who else's lawyer he's been, but I'm sure there's a lot of people, a lot of shitty little organizations that he's tried to represent. Your mother-in-law gets 3 doses of morphine a day. Jim, my heart breaks. I still owe you something. I'll make sure I get that done. Now that I have a new microphone, I mean an old new microphone. Yeah, this guy's attorney is terrible. And so, yeah, Kurt Olson, like I haven't heard him mentioned in any of the indictments, obviously. Although I did kind of expect to hear his name mentioned in the Georgia case. Only because I seem to recall, and I could be wrong, but I seem to recall that he was involved with Garland Favorito and voter GA. I think. But don't quote me on that. Yeah. Wow. I mean, really. So I should probably prepare for tonight. I want to make sure I have good information to share with everyone. But please follow me on Twitter and well, actually, I don't know. Are they coming back? I don't even get it. Are they coming back? Do we know? Do we know if he's coming back? All right. Well, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Let me tell you what we're going to do. I think what we're going to do, yeah, it is hospice care for you. Hospice was also hard to watch. My bestie died in hospice, and that was very hard. Terrible. Loss is so hard. And grieving, and while, you know, people are going through what they're going through, is also incredibly hard. So my heart goes out to you, Jim. And really everyone, because I'm sure everyone has had to deal with that or is dealing with it. But yeah, oh God. Blech. Blech. Yeah, I didn't get the lap dancing comment. I really didn't. I didn't get that. Yeah, it just really is. And, you know, like everything's heavy. This is why, again, bringing it full circle, because why not? This is why I don't understand why some of the people that have been engaging in the hurling towards our direction, towards my direction. I don't understand why you're doing that. I, again, don't understand why you're doing that. I don't get it. I mean, I'm going to say this for the record. I've done nothing to the people who are coming at me. So you need to check yourselves before you wreck yourselves. My mom had a morphine pump for several months before she passed. Oh, Melissa, I'm so sorry. So sorry. Yeah, it's just a very, losing people, you know, in losing that. I remember when because my mom passed first and then my dad passed. And I remember after my dad passed, this was so dumb. But maybe it wasn't. I don't know. You kind of had that moment. I mean, I was an adult too. You had that moment of thinking, oh my God, is that the last person who really loved me unconditionally? Which is not true because I have siblings who love me unconditionally. So I know it's not true. And my daughter loves me unconditionally. So it's just interesting. But I remember having that fleeting moment. Oh, Melissa at 43. Oh, so sorry. Pancreatic cancer is so fucking nasty. So fucking nasty. Technically, she isn't in hospice care because Medicare said she is making demonstrable progress, so they stopped paying for the hospice care. They measured her arm and it was bigger. Oh God. Ugh. Lap dancing at elementary school recess is what he said. Yeah. I know. I don't get it. Oh, is that what he was trying to say? Okay. That's weird. I don't think that's what's happening. I'm not sure. But I am sure. I'm sure that's not happening. I don't think even my dog. Yeah. I mean, and again, I don't think anyone. I'm just saying that was like this fleeting thought I had, like, oh my God. But that's not true. You get love from different people. So, and I'm not measuring that. I'm just saying. That's like a feeling I had. Oh, I know my cats definitely. My dog does not probably love me unconditionally. I mean, there's always some kind of condition, I guess, isn't there? Yes. So if Judge Judy comes back with a decision, I will try to catch it prior to. And otherwise, tonight, please join me on Spaces as I find out who is Patrick Berge. So, yeah, right. Oh, my dog definitely. Although my dog, when there's like fireworks and stuff, he will usually he spends all his time with my daughter. They are inseparable. The minute he hears like explosions or something, he runs to me, which is weird. I mean, not weird because I do all the feeding and stuff like that because she's at work. So that, I mean, I guess from that standpoint, it's like you're my alpha, I guess, but I don't think I'm like the omega. Like, I don't think I'm like the money shot. He doesn't come to me for like love, like, you know, it's him and her. It always has been for all the 12 years that we've had him. He's a love. I love that little shithead. Oh, interesting, Melissa. Wow. Yeah, so I think that it is just like heavy with trying to grieve, and add on top of that the trauma, right? And I say trauma in quotes only because there's so many varying levels and types of trauma that have happened for people. But I talk about it in terms of like the last few years. I really think that shifted something in terms of how we respond to each other, and how we are in the world. It certainly has impacted me, my own personal, and plus there were some external things that happened that also shifted my mental health in a different direction. So, but at the same time, I feel like that also lends itself to how this whole kind of like how we're able to be supported in the world by each other, and where that the whole parasocial aspect of that, and what our expectations are of that, I guess. So it's interesting. I find human communication very interesting. I find motivation somewhat interesting, depends on the context. So not always interesting, sometimes quite boring. But to that end, I think I would just encourage people to be honest with each other, kindly honest. I don't think there's any reason to be spiteful or hateful. So I would encourage people to be honest as they need to. I'm honest when I need to. Communication is everything. I try to be as honest as I can. And I would just encourage people to do the same, you know, nut up or shut up. Tell me what your problem is. Tell me where they hurt you. Tell me who hurt you. Was their name Mother? No, I'm just kidding. I just love that line. I just love that line. Who said that? Wait, who said that? I think it was, I think I heard it on Trixie and Katya. The whole Trump pandemic convoy. Yeah, everything. Most people are morons. MPAM. Most people are morons. Yeah. I mean, and people are brutally honest with me sometimes too. You have to be really like clear with me because I don't do good on subtlety. I'm not very good with subtle. I try to be. See, Melissa, I'm so lucky. All my family that I communicate with, because I don't have regular communication with cousins and stuff like that because they live so far away, and I didn't grow up with them. But my siblings are all left wing, and I feel really lucky for that. I really do. Yeah, they think I'm nuts for spending as much time on social media as I do. So that is definitely it. But they are very wonderful, supportive people in that regard. I know. Borderline Q. See, this is the thing. I think that the whole Q issue is that it had that parts of Q messaging have mainstreamed into right-wing media. I don't, I mean, there's definitely, I watch some of the Q shows on Rumble, and there's definitely, the pure Q heads out there that are still reading the tea leaves way too closely or, at all. And there's a lot of paranoia, and they're building on that paranoia for whatever end goal they have. I'm sure it's different depending on who your Farticus. Oh my God, who said that? Farticus is amazing. I love it. And I'll find the Trump clip, I guess. I'd like to see that actually. I don't want to be desensitized to what he does by ignoring it. Jim, oh my God, it wasn't till after the fact, bogus and flatulators, I should rename Farticus. I think that's a cute, well, except for, is it shaming him every time you call him Farticus? But I think that the issue, the concern that I have is that in terms of the amount of right-wing media that I consume, which is too much, I understand. That's another, my family does not like that nobody wants anyone to watch right-wing extremism, but somebody's got to do it. I like to make fun of it. That's why I watch it, because I want to know A, what the messaging is, and B, I'd like to make fun of it if I can. And that's my little part in this process. But I think that's the issue, is that the Q pieces are infiltrating into kind of more standard political discourse, which it still to me is fringe, but whatever, some people, whatever, floats your boat. But the thing of very fond and always at the wrong time, like Zoom meetings. Oh, very loud. Oh yeah, right, exactly. Love dogs. They need to be on stage. Okay, so anyway, what I was saying is, yeah, I don't think it's conspiracy thinking, much to my detractors' protestations, shall I say. I don't think it's conspiratorial to think that the Q messaging was intended to create vagueness that could then be capitalized on by bad actors, and was and is. And I believe that it would not be a far stretch to imagine that the end goal of weaponizing rando messages like Q or whatever they are, I don't give a shit, actually. I think the end goal is to start to mainstream some of those views, like parental rights that already exist, like Drag Queen Story Hour. That's what I think. So it's not that, someone's sitting behind a computer, although trust and believe there are plenty, because I see it to this day. Q drop shows on Rumble. I can go to one right now, and they're the same cryptic bullshit that they've always been. So, but it's radicalizing, like people of all stripes. I mean, it's just radical. It doesn't have one particular audience. There are basic audiences for different theories. One ancient conspiracy always seems to be at the base of most of them. Yeah, I know the one. Yeah, yes, Max, it is. Thank you. It is. It is steeped. Q is steeped. The right-wing extremist messaging is steeped in anti-Semitism. And I won't repeat the stereo fucking bullshit tropes that are intended to harm people, because that's what they are. They're just bullshit. They're not relevant. Cray. Good point. Really good point, Max. Thank you, because that really brings it home. Yeah. Oh my God, Badger in Canada. Oh, shout out to our Canadian friends, because you are definitely having a bad a very bad time up there. And you know what? We're just, no one's immune. I'm going to find that stupid ass Clippy Flop. Clippy Flop. Okay, wait. Stop! Do not talk. Do not talk. Do not talk. Do not talk. All right, here it is. All right, here it is.
Like this from wow. And they sell. They like me. They like me. I'm gonna buy one. Sir, have you won this one? No, I want to buy one. I want to buy one. Can I get one more picture with the president? Go ahead. Yes, right here. I just want. Go ahead. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Hey, let me hear it. Y'all look so good. What's this? Something.
Dude.
You got it? And hey, and yeah, one more time. With Julian, hey, the Attorney General, jump in.
Boomers.
You look good.
Boomers. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Good, very good.
Do the portrait mode. Do portrait mode. Do portrait mode.
I don't know if they ever can. That's a big seller. Okay, this is fantastic. 1, 2, 3.
This is not fantastic.
Like this from wow.
This is gross, but on point for that dude. What an idiot. How every gun should not be sold. I think it would be, I wonder, I mean, his son obviously knows his way around guns. I do wonder if this guy, yeah, he's not. I know. Send him hunting with Dick Cheney. No, nobody needs to get hurt. He'd break his face. He would break his face. He would. He's got that. I don't know anything about guns, by the way. Does that thing have a kick? He's putting his finger. Was he putting his finger in the barrel? Wait a minute. Did he? Wait, let me go back. Wait.
They sell. They like me. They like me. I'm gonna buy one. Sir, have you won this one? No, I want to buy one. I want to buy one. Can I get one more picture with the president? Go ahead. Yes, right here. I just want. Go ahead. 1, 2, 3.
Who's he pointing it at? Who is he pointing it at? Appreciate Stephen Chung for capturing this video.
You got it. And hey, and one more time.
Okay, I'm sorry. We don't. Yeah. Yes, the campaign with Will Ferrell. That was hilarious. Is that true, Jim? Is this? I mean, obviously you're saying it, so you believe it's true. But is that true? Oops, sorry. Is that true? Is that really true? Once you're indicted? I thought you had to be convicted. Because you're innocent until proven guilty, right? So I don't know. That I wonder about that. I mean, I'm not questioning you, but I just don't know the answer. Independent of that. Well. The time has come, the walrus said, to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax and whether something has wings and why the sea is boiling hot. And I can't remember the rest. There are conditions for her release, aren't there? Yeah, there are conditions, right? I don't know if I don't recall anything about firearms in the stuff that I read. Now, granted, I don't know if I read all of his release, although I thought I did. I thought I did. That quail was coming right for him, right? Yeah, I wonder. Cabbages and kings. Oh, yeah. Shoes and chips and sailing wax of cabbages and kings. Oh, wait. And why the sea is boiling hot and whether something has wings. Maybe. I don't remember. I'll have to look it up. I might read that. That's free to read. It's royalty free. I might read that. I mean, a lot of people have read it and a lot of people who are better than me at reading it, but it might be fun as a bedtime story. Wouldn't that be fun? I could do like a live bedtime story. Would you guys watch that? Would you watch a live bedtime story? From the ATF, a person who is under, oh, here we go. Melissa coming in with the deets. A person who is under indictment or information for a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year cannot lawfully ship, transport, or receive a firearm. Well, there you frickin' go. There you frickin' go. Wasn't the whole finger in barrel from a Bugs Bunny cartoon? Yes. Yes. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Melissa. Would you, it would just be like an hour and a half, doesn't have to be like a whole long thing. And I could do it live. And then if you wanted to, you could use it after, but it would be like sleepy appropriate, right? So sleepy colors, sleepy voice, sleepy, whatever. So the intention would be to put you to fucking sleep, which you might fall asleep during my lives anyway. And if that's the case, I don't know what to say. You're wrong. U.S. District Judge David Counts, an appointee of Republican former President Donald Trump, reached that conclusion on Monday in dismissing a federal indictment against Jose Gomez Quiros. I don't know what that is, Jim. I'm so sorry. I might have missed an earlier post. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna head out. Oh, the old law was overturned by a Texas federal ruling. Oh. All right. Well, there it is then. Jesus. Here we go. Oh, Texas. Texas. Talk about bad apples. I usually can't fall asleep when one person is talking. It has to be a convo, so I don't feel like I need to respond. Well, this would be, yeah, I get it. He's referring to whether Lump can have a gun, isn't he? Yeah, that's what I thought. But I wasn't sure when that case, was that like a recent, I think you're saying it was a recent thing. Reach the conclusion. Oh, okay, Monday. Sorry, I'm like, blah, 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 not really thinking. Oh, man, that's ridiculous. Well, there's got to be a stay on that, right? Can't you do an emergency injunction? Now that he's trying to buy a firearm? Would they do that? I don't know. All right. I'm going to prepare for my amazing space tonight. Remember, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, everything in between and outside of that. That's right. So right on Spaces on the shitter. But it'll be a lively conversation with Patrick Berge. So get ready, strap in, bring your beverage. Should be cocktail hour, or if you so indulge. So feel free to put us on in the background, and we'll yuck it up, and also get serious about his experiences with bad actors in the network of coup plotting. So I'm really looking forward to it. And he wants to talk about drones too, which, we might talk about drones, but I'm just kidding. Just kidding, Patrick. Anyway, yeah, so it'll be fun. And then tomorrow morning, I'm going to have an interview again on Spaces. Don't know what time yet. I'll post it when I know. With David Weissman, who left the Republican Party. And we're going to talk about why we left the Republican Party. Well, Siegfried, you're going to have to tune in and find out. He was part of the, he was adjacent to a lot of the coup plotters. And then, you know, kind of turned away. So that's Patrick Berge. And David Weissman is pretty well known for leaving the Republican Party and being vocal about it. And I'm going to find out more about his story tomorrow. And we'll find out about Patrick's story tonight. So tune in. It should be fun. Should be fun. So I'll let you know when the other space is. Yeah, it's really nice of these gentlemen to let me interview them. I'm a small platform, but they both were very kind. Actually, Patrick reached out to me because we have been connected on Twitter through the Gal Squad. So yeah, it was nice. I appreciate the opportunity to hone my skills. I would like to interview people. I would like to be able to be a good interviewer and be, you know, good at that. Or entertaining. Irish breakfast tea. I love Irish breakfast tea. Yum. On a good note, the babies are feeling better. Oh, the babies are feeling better. Yay! The 3-year-old caught it at daycare and brought it home. I don't know. Yeah, I hope they can get some kind of victim of the swamp. Yes. How the deep state destroyed the 40-year-old private. Yeah, we're going to hear all kinds of stuff about it. Thank you, old astronomer, for picking that up. I'm like the worst possible hostess, aren't I? Sorry. But yeah, so we'll have some fun with Patrick and tease him about his newfound appreciation for Taylor Swift since she got all those people to register to vote. So we gotta love that. From a local lady, our granddaughter who teaches kindergarten has COVID and they tell her to keep teaching, just wear a mask and all times. Ugh. Yes, vaccine is available. That's right. Check with your local pharmacy and check your schedule for your vaccine. The new strain is not to be played with. I'm going to get my vaccine soon, very soon. I just got my flu shot. Get your flu shot because this flu is nasty. It's like a respiratory fucking bullshit flu. So please think about getting your flu shot if you so do, because it's importante. Es muy importante. So thank you again for coming. I hope to see you tonight. Yes, Melissa. A girl got your flu shot this morning. And I had no side effects from that flu shot. I mean, me personally. So just saying, for the record, for the personal record. But check with your doctor. Okay. I will see all of you later, and then, well, or you'll hear me, because that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna hear me. You're gonna hear me. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Be nice. Don't dox people who were your friends. You know who you are. Don't do that. That's naughty. That's true.